All right, we're live.
All right, good evening, everyone. At 6:07, we'll call to order this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. And we will start off tonight with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Ellen. We'll start.
Madam President, can I quickly say that this meeting is available for Spanish interpretation through our Zoom site as well? Esta sesión de la Junta de la Mesa Directiva del Distrito de Escolares de Mountain View también es disponible en español para su oportunidad de escuchar la Junta. Thank you.
Gracias, José.
Y hay que empujar el globo, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Claro que sí.
Ok.
Mueve uno el mouse, ahí ve el globo abajo, clica en el globo y ya estás listo.
Perfecto, gracias. We'll move on now to the roll call.
Ellen Wheeler.
Laura Blakely.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Devin Conley.
And Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And we'll move on now to the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely, the approval of the agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to the consent agenda. I believe we have a public comment on the consent agenda.
We do. Give me 1 second. The following public comment comes from Allure Coletti. The district's first step to providing in-person extracurricular social activities to students such as PE, robotics, music, art, dance, as a first step in integrating students. This could occur before integrating core curriculum classes, potentially on Wednesdays, and offered by outside personnel. This would be optional, yet provide a huge benefit in the emotional and physical well-being of students that need social interactions without interrupting class.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So do I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Good.
Go ahead, Jose.
I have a first from trustee Gutierrez,
Second.
second from trustee Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion by trustee Gutierrez and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to communications and employee organizations. Are there any members of employee organizations with us tonight who'd like to speak? You might have shook your head. I didn't see it. I wasn't sure where the square was. Okay, how about district committees? No, okay, superintendent.
I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow we have another community check-in. We've been keeping these up after every single board meeting. We also have a cafecito next week that we will be hosting. And then the last thing I would say is I just want to publicly thank Trustee Wilson for her advocacy last night, as well as advocacy from both school districts. The EPC did vote, just for people who don't know, yesterday, because of legal concerns, the city staff recommended that they remove all language of referring to a school strategy from both plans. And Trustee Wilson brought up the East Westman North Bayshore plan. Trustee Wilson brought up a serious concern about the complete omission from it. And we also sent in a letter, and as a result of that, the EPC commissioners all directed staff to make, even if it's eliminating the legal language that they have concerns about, to make sure that there's reference to the schools in both of those precise plans. that's not removed. And so that was a big win for us. So that was definitely a big thing. And I just wanted to give the community an update about it.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on now to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. I believe we have one community comment on this. Is that correct?
We do. And actually, I made a mistake. I apologize. I read the community comment for the non-agendized item for this one when I was supposed to read the consent one. So I want to read into record the consent item one, since I've already read into comment the non-agendized item one.
Okay.
The consent item one comes from Jennifer Fowler. Hello, why is the reason we are switching from FOSLITs to ESCP? How will we be informed of the success that will come out of this new program? Reminder back to Teacher One, epic failure. We allow teachers and public access to FOS kits you would be tossing. Also, why will it take 12 weeks to get kids back into the classroom since there's a plan all summer? Was hybrid module. Is there a way to get lower kids K through 3 back sooner? Has MV applied for the school waiver like our neighboring school district? Menlo Park is slated to get back in classes September 28th. The distance learning for lower grades is a mess. My normal happy third grader is struggling with school and her mental health is declining as well as her eyesight. My 6th grader complains of chronic headaches. Even though he uses the blue light glasses, the 3rd grader teacher is juggling teaching online and teaching our own 1st grader at home. And we can tell it's a struggle for all. Hashtag reopen sooner than 12 weeks.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So there are no additional community comments at this time. We'll move on now to review and action. And we'll start off with item A, the public hearing and resolution number 01091720. I believe I need to close this current meeting and open up the public hearing. So it's 6:15. We will close the regular meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees. And also at 6:15, we will open the public hearing on the resolution on sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks 2020-2021.
Good evening. Good evening. So may I present on behalf of Kathy Bauer this evening on the annual public hearing for the sufficiency of materials. And as presented, I just want to confirm that each pupil has been provided with standards aligned material for instruction. This includes during distance learning, access to materials online, as well as consumable materials for students. In order to make this happen, the district has provided all students with a district device, as well as ensured access to internet for all students.
Thank you, Ms. McGeard. I believe we have, or are there questions from trustees on this item?
I don't have any questions, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Any other trustees with questions? I know we have a public comment. Okay.
Guys.
The comment is from Laura Coletti. Could you clarify the reason for the public hearing and resolution number 01-091720, resolution of the sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the content and cycles of state framework for 2020-2021. That's it. That's the last.
Do you want to respond to that comment?
It's required by law to make sure that we are providing students with all the materials that they need in order to be successful.
This is just, it's essentially an exercise to show that we've done our due diligence on the resolution and its due process. Okay, are there additional comments from trustees on this item? Okay, seeing as there are none, we can move, we need to take action. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the board hold the.
I have to close the public hearing. Yeah, sorry, I'm terrible at these. Okay, so at 6:17, I will close the public hearing on resolution number 01091720. And at 6:17, I will reopen the meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. And at this time, I'll call for a motion on item 5A, please.
I move that for the 2021 school year, the Mountain View Wisconsin School District has provided each pupil with sufficient textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum frameworks. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong thing. That the board hold a public hearing. Wait, it recommended action. It's at the bottom of the resolution, right?
So I would just start with the adopt resolution number 01-091720, and then what you said.
What he said. I move that we adopt that resolution.
I hear a second from Trustee Wheeler. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the resolution as presented passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 5B, the learning continuity and attendance plan.
All right, so I'm presenting on behalf of Kathy Bauer. She presented the learning continuity plan last week, and we are asking the board to approve it. And public comments have been posted on the website and as well as sent back to individual members.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Do we have any questions from trustees on this item? Trustee Conley?
Just a quick question. As our learning plan, as our reopening plan continues to kind of grow and respond to changes in policy and science, will we need to update this plan, or, how does this work? Is it a living document, or is it something that we send off kind of pro forma and then adapt as we move forward?
The actual learning continuity plan has nothing to do with the stages. It just outlines that these are the things that we would do in order to make sure that learning continues under any stage, right? And so it's sort of agnostic to when we come back. But it is, I mean, in theory, technically, yes, it would be a living document, but the challenge of that this was a temporary stopgap because the LCAPs were not approved or were sort of suspended. And so this is just a requirement from the state, but the LCAP will come back on at the start of next year, the calendar year, so to January.
Thank you.
Are there any other trustees with questions on this item? And I don't see any public comment. I'll look in the participant window. I don't see any hands up. If you'd like to comment on any of our items when we call it out, if you go to the participants button, it'll open up a pop out on the right. And at the bottom right of that pop out window is the raise hand function. So you'd raise your hand, and then if we have a high volume, we will call out people in order and assign time. I don't see anybody on this item raising their hand. So we'll move on now to trustee comments. Okay, seeing as there are none, can I get a motion, please?
Sure. I move that the board approves the learning continuity and attendance plan as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Gutierrez and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the learning continuity and attendance plan passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 5C, the resolution number 02091720, Support for Funding for Schools and Communities Act. I'm not sure who's presenting on this.
The agenda says it's Dr. Rudolph, but.
Okay, I think he's been frozen or.
Well, he's on mute.
He's on mute, okay. Hi, Dr. Rudolph. We're on the item C, the schools and communities first item.
And you're still on mute, which you may know.
Give me 1 second. I don't believe this is actually my item here, but let me check real quick. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, so this is actually the Prop 15 that was requested by the board. Sorry, so I had to go back. So this is the resolution the board asked to support. And so I'll just turn it back over to the board for you to deliberate whether or not you want to approve Prop 15. And if so, then we've attached a resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So we will open it up to board questions.
So I have my hand raised and I have a question.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I was pulling up the resolution. I'm sorry, I didn't have those side by side. Please.
So I had sent in a question asking for estimates for short and long-term impact on our school district from this measure. And what the trustees got was short-term effects. And I haven't gotten a response back about long-term effects. And a suggestion was that we ask the company school services to investigate that for us. So my question is, was that question made?
No, we didn't ask. We responded back saying that we did not know what the long-term implications of it was. And obviously we'll wait to see what happens in the next 6 weeks before we actually ask. I don't know what it fully entails, and I didn't want to ask school services to start doing some research for us and charge us for a bill in the event that it doesn't pass.
Are there other questions from trustees on this item?
I have a, can I ask a question to Trustee Wheeler? It sounds like you had a particular concern about the rationale for asking that question. I'm just wondering if you could share that with us.
Yeah, so I'm in conversations with other school district trustees all the time by email, and a couple school board trustees from other basic aid districts said that, there were long-term effects to basic aid districts, and I would like more information about that. But sounds like we're not getting more information.
I can tell you, and Dr. Westover can chime in here, we in the basic aid meetings that we have, nobody has talked about what the long-term impacts are. I don't think anybody really understands, but Dr. Westover may have some more information than what I do.
Yeah, I think currently one of the concerns is that it would be distributed for basic aid districts based just as $100 per pupil. And that amount, there's nothing written in the law right now that says it will increase. So 10 years from now, 15 years from now, as our property values increase, that amount that would come from Prop 15 for a basic aid district would not increase. So that's one of the concerns of some of the basic aid districts. But there's lots of language in the bill that I think still needs to be sorted through to understand exactly how it would impact us long term. But initially, that $100 would stay the same for the life of Prop 15.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Dr. Westover, could you clarify for folks on the call what basic aid district means versus the alternative?
Sure. So a basic aid district means that our revenue from property taxes exceeds what the revenue limit would be. So most districts, their property value comes in below what the revenue limit is. So the state makes up the difference. For us, our property taxes are over that revenue limit. So we don't take up the state on that revenue limit portion, and we take all of the property taxes.
So we already get disproportionately more per pupil than a lot of these other school districts who will greatly benefit from this proposition?
That's correct.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Just a point of clarification. Actually, Oakland gets more per pupil than we do, even though they're basic aid, as well as other districts, right? So it's being a, I mean, they're not basically being an LCFF district doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get less funds per pupil. It's all depends on what your student makeup is. And so there's always a something. I think Oakland actually is the highest funded per pupil district in the state.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there other questions from trustees? Oh, trustee.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Was Trustee Conway, did you have one I missed? I'm just trying to flip through the actual proposition language and I'm not seeing. So there's a cap on, Dr. Westover, maybe you can explain this. There's a cap on what we would receive. It wouldn't just be our property taxes if this passes?
Yes. So my understanding right now, the way it would work is basic aid districts would get a cap of $100 per student. Whereas right now for our property taxes, we get whatever the increase is. So there would be a cap of $100 per student.
And we would not get any increase.
Correct. And it would be put into a pool. So this is very different than how property taxes are distributed now, where it goes to the local communities. It would be put into a large pool and then distributed based on LCFF.
Thank you.
To clarify, that's for the commercial properties in the split roll. That doesn't affect our residential properties.
Yes, that's correct.
So whatever residential property increase we get, that does get distributed amongst the students.
Yes, that would remain the same.
And it would increase over time as that properties change hands and okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for that clarifying question. Are there other questions from trustees? Is there any members of the public who wish to address the board on this item?
You have one comment or one question.
Okay.
Sorry, one question from a community member.
Oh, I see that. I apologize. So Leanne, would you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, so
Hi.
Leanne Rapella, member of the League of Women Voters, San Jose, Santa Clara chapter and public school teacher for 20 years. So the revenue is new revenue from the commercial properties. It's the residential property tax will be the same, like it always is distributed. But this is the new revenue, and this revenue will be much, much greater because these properties are being reassessed every 3 years. Or assessed every 3 years, like every other state is doing. All the other states do it this way. We're the only state with the 1% flat property tax rate. And you know, we're facing unprecedented budget shortfalls right now in our state. Current budget proposals mean devastating cuts to our historically underfunded communities. And I think our children deserve the best education with the smaller class sizes and emotional and behavioral health support, extracurricular activities and classes like music and art. So this will invest $12 billion more in revenue every year while closing that tax loophole that corporations use to avoid paying their fair share to our communities. They avoid reassessment. So I think this is our one-time opportunity to get this right. And I think this is a chance to have a structured system that would provide adequate funding from property tax. I want to also mention in the bill, I'm reading the bill right now, it does say, I can send you the wording. It does say property tax, let's see, local schools and communities property tax fund less than $100 per enrolled full-time equivalent student adjusted annually upward or downward by the same percentage that the local school and community college property tax fund grew or declined from the previous year. So that's something to look at in the wording of the bill.
Thank you, Leanne. And I believe wasn't California ranked in the top 15 prior to passage of this in 1978, and we've dropped down to the bottom quartile in terms of both funding and student outcomes?
Yes.
Maybe that's more of a comment. Okay. If we have no more public questions, I see Trustee Conley's hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that not only, when we look at an annual change in our budget, this would bring about $500,000 to the district, which is, small in comparison to our overall budget, but it's estimated that it will bring about $270 million to Santa Clara County. That's who funds a lot of the services for our students in need, medical services, mental health, all kinds of other programs in our community. Also, it would bring $19.6 million to the city of Mountain View. And so those aren't paltry sums for our overall community. And yeah, I think that we need to address the fact that we have underfunded our state's education for a long time now. And this is a step in the right direction without kind of upsetting the apple cart too much.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Are there other comments from trustees? Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 02091720, Support for Funding for Schools and Communities Act.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, Leanne. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we'll move on now to item 7A, attendance and participation process.
Good evening. So I am here to present the attendance and participation process. And Dr. Rudolph, if you can allow me, there we go, to share my screen. Thank you. All right. So the attendance and participation process, of course, aligns to our strategic plan in the area of student achievement, and also really focuses on our guiding principles for reopening. Senate Bill 98, you've heard quite a bit about since we started talking about distance learning and reopening. And SB 98 it provides a lot of guidance, particularly in the areas of attendance and instruction, among other things in our distance learning plans. On August 24th, the state did bring some new adjustments to expectations for attendance and participation. With this new guidance, the implementation of the new requirements was due to take place by September 1st. And so it was a quick turnaround of some adjustments needing to be made about how we take attendance and how we count participation during our distance learning time, and how we're documenting all of that on a day-to-day basis. Fortunately, we did have a process in place for documenting daily attendance and student participation. And so we were able to make some adjustments and refinements to our process to get in alignment with the new requirements. So some of the requirements of the state, of course, were that we were required to have our 180 instructional days, and no change needed to be taken there. But we also did need to document participation on all of the days that students are participating. And that includes online completion of assignments, completion of their assessments, and really an understanding of how kids are engaging in in-person instruction, in asynchronous instruction, and in synchronous instruction on a day-to-day basis. We also need to document weekly activities and weekly assignments that are being provided to students. We also still need to document absences for the purpose of chronic absenteeism. And then we had to have that procedure for re-engaging students who are not participating. And you've heard about our re-engagement process for students that are not engaging at least 60% of the time. So there were some additional recommendations from the state, and these were, they say recommendations, but really some requirements that needed to be taken care of. So we needed to have some new codes for attendance that really identify whether we're in a distance learning day, an asynchronous learning day, or when we come back, an in-person learning day. And And we really need to identify the attendance for every day and in middle school for every period of instruction. And so the state provided some engagement processes that teachers could use. And these were really, really cumbersome. And we felt like looking at the state's samples and guidelines that our teachers would spend so much of their time taking attendance, we might lose a little bit of our time on instructional practices. And so we were able to take those samples and refine them into a process that really worked with all the tools we were already using in our district so that our teachers could focus more on the instructional part of the day rather than checking boxes. And so part of the requirements that we had to make sure our process took into account was we needed to have a weekly record completed for every single student. We needed to show the synchronous and the asynchronous instructional components of the week. We needed to show whether students were participating fully or partially. We also needed to show, as I said earlier, the assignments that had been provided throughout the week. And then we needed to make sure that an auditor would approve the process. And so we did go through that process. We reviewed all of our plans to make sure that we were in alignment with the expectations of the state. And so in order to really ensure that we were in compliance, we used the examples, as I said, that of the templates that the state had provided. And we really thought about the impacts on teachers. And then we were able to develop our own system using PowerSchool that combined the attendance and the participation that teachers were already managing and marking in Google Classroom. And we were able to combine those into one term in PowerSchool. And so beginning September 8th, teachers started taking attendance at the end of the day, because now, remember, attendance is different. When we were in classroom instruction and kids came on campus, we could take attendance at the beginning of the day because once they arrived, we had a captive audience. They couldn't really go anywhere. They were in the classroom and we knew they were there all day long. But now that they're in distance learning and they're participating in Zoom or even in an asynchronous fashion, we've realized we need to take attendance at the end of the day, because attendance doesn't just mean showing up at the beginning of my Zoom class. It means being there and participating in my day-to-day activities, but also participating by turning in my assignments. And so it only makes sense for us to take that attendance at the end of the day when a teacher can verify that, yes, you were there, and yes, you did submit your work for each day of the week. And so elementary teachers are taking their attendance once at the end of the day. Middle school teachers are taking their attendance at the end of each period to verify the participation every single day. And so these new codes, we have 3 new codes for attendance. The DL codes are distance learning codes. These are for our synchronous live instructional days. Students who are essentially absent, who aren't in the Zoom meeting and aren't turning in any assignments because they're not there for the day, are receiving a DL0. If students are participating at least part of the time and turning in at least part of their work, they'll be getting a DL code of a 1 or 2 or 3, depending on how much participation they've had for that day. On Wednesdays, when we have asynchronous instruction, we're having codes for asynchronous learning, a 0 if you did not participate at all, meaning you turned in no homework, or a 1 or a 2, depending on how fully a student participated. And then when we do come back to in-person learning, we'll have a new code of an IP day to show attendance and participation for in-person days. Part of this process also means, we still need to verify days that students are absent and are not participating in those online classes. But these new codes needed to take into account some different things. So when we were in person every day, there were few codes that would be used. You were sick, you were gone, something. But now we need to be considerate too about technology. And so there's a new code that maybe somebody wasn't able to participate because there was an issue with technology. And so that also tells us that we need to do some work and help families with all those technology needs. And so it helps us track what's going on, and it helps us really understand what's preventing our students from engaging in their instruction and be able to help them and their families to be back engaged in daily work. We also realize that when we're taking attendance at the end of every day or every period, we do have some students who have accommodations for a 504 plan or maybe an IEP plan.
I'm sorry, Leanne Rapella, could you please mute yourself?
Thank you, Devin. I was about to say something. I'm not sure if she's right there by the computer. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Tara.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks,
so understanding that some of our students might have special needs and accommodations to submit work later and take a little bit longer to complete their assignments, we wanted to make sure that their attendance codes would not be negatively impacted by that. And so we have set up a process in place that for students that needed that extra time, their case managers would be able to then go in and verify that their work had been completed within their accommodation times. And so we want to make sure we take care of all of our students. And so part of the process from the state is the certification of the weekly engagement records. And so teachers do need to certify the participation on a weekly basis. And so we've created forms that can be pulled from Google Classroom and PowerSchool each week that teachers will sign to verify everybody's work and attendance. And so at the school site, the secretaries can download a report. And on that report, you'll see all of the assignments that were provided for the week to verify that portion of the expectations. And then you'll see all of the codes for the week that have been entered for the student. And then after all of that is there, the teacher will then go ahead and certify that what is listed is true and accurate and correct for every child. And I think I have just explained that. And so then the teachers sign that form, return it back, and then we keep all of those forms in a Google folder. And so when our auditors do come and check, we have everybody's forms collected that can be reviewed at any time when our auditors need to see that. So some implications of this new process, we are combining everything into one code, a little bit of a change and something for people to get used to, but it is, I think, a positive benefit of realizing that participation and engagement in school looks a little bit different. And so now, the other change is taking attendance at the end of the day and new codes, allowing us to pull data a little bit differently and really understand, in our re-engagement process and plan, what is it in really specifically that's impacting our children so that we could be more thoughtful about how we engage with our families. And so this streamlined system for really understanding how we take attendance, how we're showing our synchronous and asynchronous learning, and really being able to understand how kids are engaging for the instructional time every day has been really important. And so, we have been communicating the process to stakeholders. Information just went out last week. We're continuing to work with our staff and refine and really help everybody understand this new process. We're communicating with our auditor to make sure that we are in full compliance with the expectations of the state. And we are reviewing our data regularly to make sure that we are keeping track, really monitoring all of our students and making sure that we can do it the very best we can to support every student with their learning needs.
Thank you, Ms. Vickyard. We'll open it up to questions from trustees. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, so I think for middle school, this is having a different impact than for elementary school. It's a pretty onerous requirement from the state in general. I understand while they're doing it, they don't want anyone to be left behind in distance learning, but it's a lot of paperwork. In middle school, my question is, because the teacher is not live streaming with the students to provide differentiation, it sounds like some students are getting really bogged down in trying to finish the assignments on their own and are struggling to do so and are worried about their participation because of that. Is there a way that we can offer more differentiation within those assignments or account for the fact that the teacher is not available to support students. Students aren't working together in small groups. It's a very different kind of day. The kids are really on their own. So is there a way that we can kind of accommodate that with the types of assignments that are students are being asked to do?
I can say that's absolutely something that we can work on together as a team. Something that I can talk with the middle school principals and teachers about to support kids with their academics and participation.
Thank you.
Trustee Blakely, then we'll move to Trustee Gutierrez.
Keeping the fact that, you know, what's good for students is the most important thing. It does sound incredibly onerous still on the teachers. I know there's just a lot of reporting, and I know, as Trustee Conley mentioned, a lot of it is sort of state mandated. And I'm just wondering if this is as streamlined as we can make it while still staying compliant with the state guidelines and also looking out for what's in the best interest of our students.
And I will say that we have I guess the one thing I will say is what we have streamlined is rather than the teachers taking the participation in Google Classroom, they're now including that participation in the same code as their attendance. And so I think we have tried to make this as smooth and simple as humanly possible, and we'll keep working to support.
Thanks, that's appreciated. I know on behalf of our staff. So thank you.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam President. So, hey, Tara, I have a question. So following up on Devin's observation and opinion, if we're going to try and work that out for the middle school students and their situation, wouldn't it be better to just go ahead and do that after consultation with that process and then address this and discuss and pass possibly? Or are you expecting for us to just say yes to this eventually without that type of contribution yet? How's the ratification going to work?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah,
sorry.
Basically, are you going to present to us when this comes back the attendance and participation process? Is this something that we need to ratify in the future, or is it just something that you're going to do now? Because if you're going to do now, the question then is, why would we do this now if we don't have something that's helpful at the middle school range level yet?
So I think what we have now at the attendance and participation process is a mandate by the state that we're presenting to you. And it's not something that we'll be bringing back for ratification, but what we can discuss is how we can better support the differentiated needs of our students and how we can work together to support on an individual basis what kids are needing to be able to complete their assignments and their work.
Okay, so then the follow-up question then is, if that's going to happen, once it's been addressed, will you all be kind enough to let us know how it's been corrected?
We can absolutely provide an update.
So I just want to point out real quick that this also has to get approved by our auditors. This isn't something that just happens because we made a decision. Our auditors were actually the ones who had to review the process and do a yearly poll of attendance to make sure things are sufficient. And so any changes would need to meet their standard first before we can move forward. And so while we can make some minor adjustments, we have to stay sort of where we are and adhere to what the auditors bring back. But we can take it to them if we make some adjustments and see. But I just want to point out that this was approved by auditors that we contract every year, and they do report out those findings.
Sure. I guess that's the difference between an auditor and a teacher.
And to clarify, I wasn't asking for a change in the overall process that would tie up with the auditors, but more of a, from the teacher's perspective, how are we differentiating for students on those Wednesdays? Because the nature of the assignments is a little bit different when kids are on their own.
Yep. completely hear you. And I would just simply say, I mean, we realize, especially on the asynchronous days, which is why we've made some minor adjustments, that it isn't a perfect process. And, you know, to Trustee Gutierrez's point, he's right. Like an auditor is looking at, I mean, we have to create a signature process for this to take place, right? And if you think about it, like normally teachers aren't signing attestations about whether or not a kid was actually there and that this is correct because they put it in there. But this is what the auditors sort of requested. So we can look at whether or not we can make some changes and bring it back and then send it back to the auditor and go from there. But yeah, it's, you know, someone who's a CPA looking at what is the best way to prove that somebody is there versus, you know, a practitioner who's doing it day to day.
Ms. Vickard, have you heard back from staff about how they feel about this process and how they've adjusted to it? I know there's been a lot of fluidity and evolution in this whole attendance issue. We've had a lot of input from the public. I see at the middle schools, they're no longer requiring checkout, or at least at one. I don't know if that's standard across both sites. So there's a twofold question there. How do the teachers adopting this and feel about it? And number two is the dropping of the Wednesday checkout across both middle schools.
So I'll start with that, if you don't mind. So the process for the checkout at middle schools is consistent across both sites. We also did change the check-in so that it is now office hours and students can choose which teacher they check in with, just because it makes more sense to meet with the teacher that you need to ask questions about for that day's assignments. And so that has been a consistent process for both sites. And I think also the adjustment of the time by which students need to turn in their assignments has been helpful. And so we've been listening to a lot of feedback from teachers and parents both to make some minor adjustments over the course of the week to support and help the process.
Thank you. Are there additional questions from trustees? Do we have any members of the public on this item? If anyone on the phone or in the on the call would like to raise your hand at this time to make public comment, please do so. I don't.
No one's raising their hand.
Yeah, okay. We'll move on then to comment from trustees. I just want to start by saying I really like the implementation of, if you haven't turned in your work, there's support in place, and it's not like that's your final opportunity. And I really think giving that flexibility to the students is a really great approach. And I really like seeing how this has evolved. It's such a new world that we're operating in, that these adjustments are going to happen over time, and hopefully we'll catch our stride and try to make this as painless as possible for our teachers, but also as easily understood by our students and parents as we can. So thank you. Other trustee comments?
What you said. Thank you for trying to streamline things and make it simpler.
All right, trustees, if there are no additional comments, we'll move on now to item 6B, Measure T construction update and priority 1 project proposal.
All right. Give me a moment to share my screen. All right, so this evening I will be giving an update on Measure T, as well as speaking about a few projects that we could add to Measure T as a priority 1 project. So our work is always grounded in our strategic plan. So goal 5 of our strategic plan is resource stewardship, to make sure students, staff, and community members have access to various resources such as technology, facilities, and furniture. Our guiding principles are to have an approved project list to avoid the costly time delays that impact in Measure G, create high quality, equitable learning environments for all students, and of course, involve our community in solutions, planning, and implementation. So where are we now with Measure T? So our bond was $259 million. We've set aside $60 million for staff housing, and we spent $38.2 million to pay off our COP, which leaves roughly $161 million for construction projects. The process from the master facility plan to projects, the MFP took a broad look at what was needed across the district, and now our current estimates are more developed. But for each project as we go along the way, we'll bring back more refined budgets prior to the start of the project. So for the MFP, all costs were escalated for the life of the bond or until October 2024. We anticipate doing most of our projects before October 2024, therefore reducing our cost. COVID has also slowed the escalation. So these cost savings could allow us to add needed items as priority 1 projects. So there is a chart included in the board materials. If this is too small for you to read, it's also posted online. So we had some areas where we had increased costs. For example, our HVAC replacement. The MFP did not include Crittenden, but the budget includes replacing the HVAC units at Crittenden because they're they're getting near the end of their useful life. So the budget increased there. Whereas storage, for example, the MFP included adding closets inside the interiors of each classroom. And right now we're planning to create custom tough sheds, which means the budget went from 3.1 million to roughly 900,000. And this shows some of the other cost differences between the MFP and the current budget. If there are specific questions on items, at the end, we'll take questions and we can talk about the differences between what we are budgeting now and the estimate. The items here are items that we are suggesting be added as priority 1 items, and I'll talk more about each one of these later in the presentation. The reduction in cost from the MFP estimate to the current estimate is approximately $34 million for the priority 1 projects. The cost of adding new items listed above is $11.7 million. After each bond oversight committee meeting, the board will receive a formal update and presentation. There'll also be a summer construction presentation as there has been in years past. The board will see construction contracts and schematic designs, but we won't bring schematic designs for things like HVAC. So a current project update. So as a reminder, priority 1 projects in the MFP focused on safety, efficiency, and short-term growth. The priority 1 items do not address long-term growth within the district. HVAC replacement and upgrades. We plan to replace the HVAC units at Bub, Huff, Landals, Graham, Therakoff, Montaloma, and Crittenden with new split systems or VRF units. We'll also be replacing the rooftop units at Crittenden and putting in new barred units at Graham. We'll upgrade the control systems at Graham and Crittenden so they're in line with the district standard. However, all the existing ductwork is to remain at the school sites. For perimeter controls, we're adding additional fencing and gates to completely enclose campus and fields. The fencing and gates would be ornamental to match the existing campus frontage, and we would have 6-foot-high chain link fencing and gates at property lines and near the backs of campuses. The gates would have panic hardware, which means that you can always exit the campus, and self-closing hinges. The purpose of fencing is to control points of entry during school hours and will be unlocked for public access after hours and on the weekends. The gates that are in the field areas will be automatically locked and unlocked to make sure during outside of school hours so the public has access to our fields. This process was sped up in order to make sure that we had perimeter controls in place for the eventual return to school. So a few examples of placement. In the board packet, there's also diagrams. For the majority of all of our school sites, it's adding short runs of fencing and gates. For a couple of our sites, there's more fencing that's been added. Surveillance cameras. We will place between 16 to 36 surveillance cameras per site and associated network-based security monitoring and recording systems. The cameras will receive power over Ethernet, and the quantities are subject to change based on the board policy once established. So we'll come back in front of you with a board policy in regards to cameras. For site lighting, we're in the process of doing a photometric survey at all of our campuses to make sure that pathways are well lit. So the purpose of the new lighting is not to illuminate our campuses like a stadium, but to really make sure that when teachers come early in the morning or are leaving late at night, that they have a pathway that's lit for them. Storage at Castro, Stevenson, and Vargas would be added. We would use 400 square foot custom tough sheds that would be stuccoed and customized to match the current design of the school. We would add park toilets at Huff, Landals, and Castro Mistral. So at these sites on the field, there's no dedicated restroom. So on the weekends, if the public needs to use the restroom, there's not one available. So these park restrooms would be specifically for the public use and would not be used by students, and they would be maintained by the city. We also plan to do window replacement at Bub, Mistral, Crittenden, Graham, Huff, Landals, Montaloma, and Therakoff. The scope of this work includes installing new windows and repairing minor dry rot when necessary. It also includes adding new blinds for the windows once installed. We will not replace any windows in new buildings or window assemblies that were replaced under Measure G. Paving and utility work at Castro. We'll be removing the paving at the back of the campus. I'll have a picture to show you where this is. It was initially installed for pedestrian rated paving, and we are going to switch it out into so it can hold cars. So that's 7,000 square feet in total. At Therakoff, we'll demolish and repave 20,000 square feet of parking along San Luis Avenue. We'll also do an asphalt overlay and restriping of existing play areas for 60,000 feet. And we are also going to do an investigation into some drainage issues that Therakoff has. Additional paving and utility work at Montaloma. We'll look at the draining again because they have some areas that were identified as MOT as problematic, and we'll replace the drain system that needs replacing. At Crittenden, we are also doing the same thing, looking at some areas that have some issues with drainage. At Crittenden, we'll upgrade the existing campus address system to front row, which all the other campuses use. This is a picture of the back lot at Castro that needs to be repaved, so it's acceptable for parking cars. The Landals new classroom building. The plan is to demolish 10,869 square feet of buildings identified as units 1 for administration and 2 for classrooms, and construct a new 2-story 1,500 square foot building, which would house the administration and 10 classrooms. Temporary housing would be provided for the classrooms and admin, and we would also reconfigure the pickup drop-off area of parking along West Dana Street. The budget includes an escalation at 5% to 2023. For the Landals building, we plan to do a design build. So we would work with an architect to prepare bridging documents to establish a program. This would include things such as location and schedule. Then pre-qualified teams would be provided with the bridging documents with the topographic survey and soils report. They would then submit entries roughly equivalent to a schematic design drawing, along with guaranteed maximum price contract that is tied to the delivery schedule. We would then look at the proposals and evaluate them on a best value criteria. Oftentimes, when you have design competitions alone, you get projects that are either not financially viable or that are impractical for public schools. So the benefit of doing a design build is that we get really good ideas of what our buildings could look like for a price that we can afford and that it's practical for us to build. We'll be adding bottle fillers and fountains to replace non-ADA compliant high drinking fountains at Crittenden, Graham, Mistral, Montaloma, Therakoff, and Vargas. And we're also adding 1 bottle filler at Stevenson. For solar, in the spring of 2018, Sage Renewables conducted a feasibility study and presented to the board. At the June 14th, 2018 meeting, the board gave direction to continue with the concept of solar panels. In May 2020, the district and NG met with all school sites to get feedback on the design and placement of the solar arrays. And the district is currently working with NG and SAGE on contract revisions and hopes to bring the contract to the board in October. Here are some examples of some of the placements. Every school site would also get an EV charging station. Priority 1 items also include a portable at Huff. This is a standard with a standard classroom finish that all of our classrooms have, but the location is yet to be determined. We'll install a new main switchboard at Therakoff. We would take it out of the current location in Building C, move it outside in an exterior space adjacent to San Luis. It would be enclosed in a block wall enclosure with an ornamental gate around the electrical equipment. We'd also upgrade the main switchboard at Crittenden. The Landals playground would get resurfacing of approximately 53,274 square feet. This would include replacement of basketball standards and the tetherball, but it does not include a new play structure. This is our tentative timeline for projects. You'll notice that everything is truncated into this upcoming summer. We're doing this as quickly as possible because it helps save funds for the district. If we were able to move it all the way up to right now when students aren't in session, we would do it. But there's a lot of things that have to happen before we actually touch our campuses. But we've moved it as soon as we possibly could. Recommendations for some projects to add to priority 1. Outdoor learning space. So there are many different options to providing outdoor learning spaces, ranging from simply taking chairs outside to create a space that could be used for several years. Right now, we have a unique opportunity to choose what we would like to do, unlike other districts who don't have a current bond program. To make this choice, we need more direction and more information from the community and board. To explore options and use bond funds towards outdoor learning, it needs to be added to the project list if this is something the board wants to explore. Adding outdoor learning spaces to the project list does not obligate the board to spend a particular amount of money on the project. Rather, it allows the district to explore how we may be able to fill the need for outdoor learning spaces. And we don't know what this looks like yet because we still need more feedback from the community. It could be anything from adding more landscaping and trees to a campus to putting up shade sails or adding more permanent structures. And this is really going to be a school site by school site discussion because all of our sites are very different in what they need. The master's facility plan scoped over $30 million for all outdoor learning spaces. We don't have $30.7 million available to spend on outdoor learning spaces without impacting the rest of our priority 1 items. But we do have the option to explore what is possible and determine if it's something we want to move forward with. We have a tentative budget of $7.9 million for outdoor learning. If the board wanted to move forward with this, this is an outline of the process that we would use in order to gather community feedback. We'd have an initial consultation with a landscape architect, develop a survey to send out to all stakeholders. Once we got the survey back, the landscape architect would then come up with designs based on the feedback. We'd hold focus group sessions with each school to get feedback on the designs, come back to the board with a formal presentation about what we received from the community. Then the landscape architect would revise the plans based on the focus group feedback. And then prior to December, the landscape architect would present again to the board about what the final designs might look like. So this is an iterative process where we would get feedback from the community, both survey and focus groups. If the board chooses to add outdoor learning, we would start the process to gather feedback, but the construction would not start until the fall of 2021. Other projects we'd like to add, adding a marquee sign at Crittenden. A large number of students and parents use the backside of Crittenden for drop-off and pickup. Having a marquee sign at the back of the school will make it easier for parents to get information. And this project would be in partnership with the Crittenden PTA. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures in a moment. During the construction of Vargas, the city moved the light pole at Vargas, which then impacted the placement of the Vargas marquee sign. This is the entrance that many parents use to access Crittenden. And this is the marquee sign at Vargas. So from the diagram below, we would move it from its current location further down the street to make it more visible for parents and students. We would also propose to add Mistral's front office back to the project list. This was a Measure G project, but did not get completed because of lack of funds. The plans have already been submitted and approved by the Division of State Architect, and this would include a reconfiguration of the office, teacher workspace, and nurses room, new bathrooms, as well as a new conference room, and would relocate the main data frame to an exterior precast building, giving them more space inside their office. These are some drawings of the elevations of what the office would look like. And the Vargas parking cover, which the board heard about at a couple meetings ago. So the trees along Northwest Wistman Road drop pine cones on cars and are a danger to people. This parking cover would protect them. So options and next steps. Our recommendation is to move all the suggested projects up to priority 1. The total cost for all items proposed would be $11.7 million. The amount remaining for Measure T would be $46.4 million and would be placed as a reserve for unanticipated costs and scope changes. We believe that these projects fall into the priority of safety, efficiency, and short-term growth, but would like the board's direction. So this is just a review and discussion, and then next board meeting, we would bring it back to you for action. Thoughts and questions?
Thank you, Dr. Westover. We'll open it up to questions from trustees. I have a question. We received an email regarding solar panels, and I did recall that every site held meetings with their constituents and parents and who had input into that. And so this recent email was about why didn't we consider rooftop solar? Can you clarify a little bit about that?
Sure. We've gone through many designs for solar. Initially, they all started off on the roofs, but most of our school sites have a need for shade and a need for more space for kids to learn outside. So this is a way that we could take care of two things at once by putting a canopy in the courtyard and making it weatherproofed. The kids can sit outside even when it's raining, if they choose, because the weather's pretty nice here in California for the most part, and they can sit outside still. So this was a way to accomplish two things at once.
Thank you. And I have another question. This might be more directed to Dr. Rudolph. I'm just curious, in the management of Measure G, when items were moved, would they be brought to the board when they were moved between tiers, or is this a new process that's in place with the current bond for management?
So this is one of the lessons learned from Measure G. One of the items, if we go back and look at Measure G, you will see that items that were, so we used the same firm to set up the master's facility plan that was developed in 2011. And then if you look at the master's facility plan, you will see that there are tiered items. And so a lot of these projects actually come from first tier projects that were not completed or that were sort of passed over in favor of other projects like innovation centers, auditoriums, which were tier 4 projects. And so one of the big lessons we learned, even the shade structure at Pub was a lower tiered project. And so when I arrived, Measure T was sort of stalled a little bit, and there was a lot of community fervor about sort of what was taking place and how come projects weren't moving forward, and why was this big debate about what the district was trying to do. So once we brought Measure G back on track and we started actually focusing in on the different projects, one of the big lessons we heard loud and clear from the board, from the bond oversight committee, was that, you know, if you're going to go back out for another bond, you need to be very clear about what projects you're going to do. And even though you have this, because I think our master's facility plan is like a $1 billion plan, even though you have this master's facility plan, you need to be clear to the public about which projects are going to be prioritized. And so instead of focusing in on, you know, what project a board member wants or what project a superintendent wants, we changed the process to come back to the board to say, you know, A, do you agree with these priorities? And if so, here are the items that are going to be on this, so that there's a clear and transparent way, so that these processes will go and that we're not debating, you know, sort of the items of the month. And then every time we want to amend that, I believe that it's good practice to bring it back to the board, who are the stewards of Measure T, and say, you know, are you amenable to approving or amending this particular set of items? And if so, here's what we're going to do, and this is the rationale why. And so I think that back and forth makes it a very public process, but it also allows the board to stay, as a governing body, to stay in control of what projects come on and off the list. And then what we do is, you know, we go in the background. Similarly, we got the feedback from you about fences and some other concerns that either came up individually as a group. And we sort of went back, looked at all the cost estimates, and came back and said, well, are there any other projects that fall within the guidelines or the principles that the board set around growth, safety, or anything else? And if so, or efficiency, and if so, then we should bring those items back. And so that's sort of the back and forth that we have. There's one other project that we may bring. We noticed in talking with our tech department, we realized that even though we have dark fiber, which is 10 gigs between all of our sites, 2 of our sites only have 1 gig. And so while we can definitely run on that capacity, nobody's ever going to be able to tell the difference. I mean, the latency and all that, is the upload speed is beyond what you would realize. But the fact that it's lower than everyone else means that from an efficiency standpoint, it may be worthwhile for us to explore the possibility of upgrading the fiber between 2 schools, because our dark fiber network runs in a circle, and if one gets cut off, it loops back the other way. But we won't initiate that project unless the board believes that it is a worthwhile project for us to do. And I think that is the biggest lesson I've learned when I inherited Measure G in 2015. And I want to point out, like, you know, I think there were a lot of competing initiatives across the board. So this isn't, you know, I know Trustee Wheeler was on there, and I'm not trying to argue that, you know, Trustee Wheeler did anything wrong or anything like that. I think it was just, again, the feedback even that I got from her is like, let's just be clear about what we're doing, because that's what the public wanted. And I think that's the difference between when I arrived and there were all these concerns about how money was being spent and whether or not it should go to a school or not a school, versus now, you know, we're not doing big splashy projects. We're doing very behind the scenes items. And so I think it's important for us to be upfront and just say, these are the projects we're doing.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's like any organization, you learn, you respond, and you grow, and you learn how to do things better over time. So it makes sense. It wasn't intended to be a blame question, but I just like the process. It's really nice to see. I want to, my last question, and I'll pass the mic, is about, do we have photographs at all, Dr. Westover, of the fencing at Vargas? Because we've gotten a lot of comments about the possibility of fences and what chain link looks like. And I drive by there frequently, and it's very transparent to see through. It's actually, you know, not an eyesore. So I think it would be really nice if the public could see some example of that. Not to say that that's exactly what other sites will get, but it would be great. Number one, my question is to see that. And number two, isn't part of the purpose outside of the current COVID-19 situation? The rationale for perimeter fencing is also for active shooters. I think we're now in so many other crises modes. We've forgotten that this is, has been an issue in the past of people coming in with automatic rifles and harming children. So I just wanted to reiterate that that's part of the reason why we find this necessary. I don't know if you want to speak to the actual design or some of the options that we have.
Yes, happy to provide some pictures for the public to see.
Thank you.
This was a project that was already part of the MFP. We just started moving on it extremely quickly because of the feedback that we got in our focus group sessions, as well as the surveys that were done during the summer about how people would feel, both staff and parents, if we were to come back to campus for on-campus learning, what they would feel comfortable with. So it was actually already as part of the MFP because of exactly what you're saying about safety on campus with active shooters. I need to apologize and introduce Jason Cave. He's on the meeting tonight with us, and he's from Greystone West. And just in case you have specific questions about construction, Jason is here to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Trustee questions? Trustee Blakely?
I have several. One is, I thought we were for Landals, I thought we were gonna be putting a second story over one of the buildings, but if I understood correctly, you said we're gonna take down the 2 front buildings that includes the administration and the kinder classrooms and I think it's first grade, kind of closest to the parking lot and behind the new library, and then replace those with 1 2-story building that would have 10 classrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what's figured in the estimate and the plan. The structure of the buildings that are there now wouldn't allow for a second story to be added on in any kind of cost efficient manner. So to make your dollar go as far as possible, it would make sense just to scrape what's there and go with a new 2-story.
And will that leave, will that have a smaller footprint so there'd be more play area or blacktop or landscaping? Or do you think it would take?
It would have a slightly smaller footprint. There's a little more space in that new building, so it would cover, it's more square footage than what you have now, but the footprint would be a little smaller since it's 2-story. It would be oriented a little bit differently as well, which could open up some additional play space.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to know about the Crittenden Marquee sign. I know that the Crittenden PTA had originally said that they would help pay for that, but I heard at the Crittenden PTA meeting the other evening that in part because of COVID and the canceled walkathon and just fundraising challenges, that they don't have the funding for that at this point in time. And I don't know how much, like if we had a budget, who was going to pay what? I'm wondering if we could have the district pay for the whole sign, since that is such a well-used entrance.
Yeah. So this is the first that I heard. I know I attended a PTA meeting personally and we had a discussion. And so I think they were contributing around $20,000. But I can touch base with Larissa, who is the PTA president, and just confirm, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. And then just to make sure that I understood correctly, you said $11.7 million is the overall budget for all of these tier 1 projects, and that we'd still have 46 million in reserves. Did I understand that? So the $46 million would then go for either overages on the tier 1 or some of the tier 2 projects that were outlined in the master facilities?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
It's
nice to have.
Yeah, we have cushion, but I think it's important to have that cushion.
It's a nice cushion, but yes, you never know what's going to happen, as we've learned. And then my last question is just on the fencing. And there was a question already in the trustee questions, but it's some of the schools like Mauna Loma and Bub at the backside, is that Barbara? Mm-hmm. You said we could do decorative fencing all along the broad grassy expanse that opens to the street that the public uses as an entry?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, after we got the question, Jason has already kind of mocked up some plans for if we wanted to do the ornamental fencing.
Okay. I think that would be helpful. It was hard for me to look at those schematics. It was partly, I was trying to make them bigger, but like that mesh that was on all the schematics, I think that was like fire. Is that sort of a fire path? It wasn't the fencing path. There's sort of like crosshatched wide areas.
Yeah, that would be just designating the fire line.
Okay.
For the DSA plans.
Okay. It's just a little hard to tell where the fencing was going. So thank you.
Other trustee questions? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, so before I ask my questions, I really want to thank you for the thoroughness of the documents that were provided for this, Dr. Westover. Looking at the solar plans, having the timeline for every single project spec'd out individually, and looking at the fencing diagrams, like all of that was extremely helpful. And so you set a high standard, and now, I'm looking forward to updates like this twice a year, or every trimester, something like that. But it really helped me understand what's going on. And I also think it helps the public understand. So first of all, will the presentation, because that wasn't included on the agenda, that will be uploaded later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And building off of Trustee Blakely's question about the fencing, I just wanted to sort of clarify, does that mean, for example, Monaloma, not just Thompson, but that big park where it fronts onto like a path, and then also Thompson, that we could feasibly do ornamental fencing, not necessarily against the tree line, but where it goes around the park and where the public interacts with that big field?
Yes. So what we'll do is we have some plans that we've kind of highlighted where we think the board's request was to put ornamental fencing, and I'll send it over to Dr. Rudolph to share with you. And you guys, just to make sure that we understood the request properly. But yes, it's completely possible.
Okay, because I think, yes, these fences are for safety, which is great, but they're sort of like the school district's handshake with the neighborhood, right? It is for a lot of people who don't have children in the district, this is how they experience our schools. They come to the parks. They might not even realize that we own the park space and that it's not a city park, it's owned by the school. So I'm thrilled that we're putting all of these amenities in the parks, like adding bathrooms, upgrading water fountains, and bottle fountains and all of these things. But I want to make sure that we still, our message to the community is you are welcome here, you are valued. We value our children, we value your neighborhood. We do believe our community is a safe place to be. Yes, we're putting up fencing for what, hopefully is never going to happen. But in these places where there is a direct sort of public interface with the fences, I really strongly feel that we can do well with ornamental fencing and make that more welcoming. And then the last question is, for Monaloma specifically, because it's such a big impact at that one site, it's the whole park, it's not just one side of the park. Will we be sending out a postcard to residents to let them know, or is there going to be any sort of notification for the community beyond? I know we've done our due diligence with the principals and the parents and kind of reaching out over the last year to plan all of this, but are we going to do any sort of notification outreach there?
Great question. I've talked a bit with Shelley, who's our public information officer, about how we would get the message out. And we've talked a little bit about possibly trying to use Nextdoor to reach our neighbors. Postcards are possible. I think using Nextdoor as a platform, and this is Shelley's wheelhouse, so that a lot of people seem to access and the community is actively involved in. Sending out postcards is a bit expensive, but open to whatever is the best way to communicate through. But right now we're looking at Nextdoor.
I'll
There's also neighborhood listservs too. That
I was going to say, Marilyn Gildea runs the newsletter for the neighborhood. It would be very good to include on those communications, and would have some really good access to know how to get that communication out to folks.
Okay.
We can circle back on that.
Perfect. Something I forgot to mention during my presentation, which I think is important for the board and the public to hear. We said that we would be upgrading our HVAC systems or replacing them. We're replacing them because they're near the end of their life cycle, but all HVAC systems across the district were serviced and are fully operational, and they're operating at the highest recommended level of filtration and airflow. So everything is working well if we were to return to school. This is just replacing units because they're at the end of their life cycle.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Westover. Are there additional questions from trustees before we move on to the community? Okay, at this time, in the participant list, please raise your hand in the lower right-hand corner. You can raise your hand and provide comment. I'm going to wait another minute to see if additional hands come up so I know how many minutes I can allocate to each speaker. Once we allocate the minutes, any additional hands that go up, please, you'll be asked to submit your comments in writing to the board via email. Okay, I see 3 hands up, please. And it's, what's the code again, Trustee Conley, for people on the phone? It's star.
I think it's *9.
*9 if you're on the phone.
And then there's one public comment too that was emailed in that I'll read into the record. So we have 4.
So we have 4. How long is that public comment?
I mean, it's if it takes, you know, a minute, I'll be surprised.
Okay.
It's about three or 4 sentences, not big.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up. So there's 3. We'll do the folks that are live and we'll circle back to the written comment, and then I'll go with 3 minutes per speaker. Jenny Schroeder, if you could please unmute your line, and the floor is yours.
Okay. So first, I'd like to thank Dr. Westover for the detailed presentation. And if I make any mistakes in quoting some of her numbers, I apologize. Going to the outdoor learning spaces specifically, what I think I caught is that the current budget would allow about $7.9 million to outdoor learning spaces versus approximately $30 million for the entire district. And basically what I would like to do, encouraging the trustees in the district office, is 1, to really closely evaluate the school sites that can most benefit from outdoor learning spaces, whether that's a handful of designated sites to really maximize the value of that money, or special day classes at a variety of sites. But with a delta of 7.9 versus 30 million, you can't do a little bit everywhere. And so the other thing, though, is looking at the time frame. It's mid to late September already, and Dr. Westover's plan had, basically by December, having modified plans from Greystone West. I'm going to strongly encourage you to make use of broad community input, not just focus groups of 10 or 20 families, parents per school, but really work on getting the input of the full community, however you do that, and truly taking advantage of the brains that we have around here to maximize the value of those learning spaces. So that would be my encouragement, and thank you for looking to make these outdoor learning spaces possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Schroeder. Next person with their hand up is Kim Reynolds. Kim, could you unmute, please?
Hi, yes. My comments also come along the lines of the outdoor learning spaces and the solar shade projects that have been proposed so far. So I'm at Stevenson, and there are 2 types of solar structures that are proposed to be put there. Some are rooftop and some are the shade structure that will actually be on the asphalt. And I've worked in meetings with Dr. Westover and Brian Perone, the head of facilities, to try and find ways to green Stevenson's campus and provide shade. And repeatedly, we've been told that we cannot plant trees that might shade the future shade structures. So that also is a concern I have now. The presentation that was given by the solar shade company, I think in Genie, in the spring, they said that the solar shade structure that would be on the asphalt at Stevenson would only be 10 to 12 feet high. So if that's going to be over the campus, if we start thinking about planting trees around that, it's not going to take a very large tree to start shading that, which is an issue. Alternatively, the solar structures could all be put on the roofs of the school, and then we would have a little bit more flexibility in being able to plant trees on our campus and make it a nice shaded green space that could be used by the community and the students. So I want to make sure that as I'm very excited that the district is moving forward with solar, and I'm very excited that they're moving forward with outdoor learning spaces, but I want to make sure that installing these solar shade structures on asphalt won't limit us in our shade options in the future. So I think it would actually save the district to install all of the solar panels on roofs of buildings. And that would also provide more flexibility for outdoor learning spaces in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. We'll move on now to Patrick Neschleba. Patrick, will you unmute yourself?
Yep. Patrick Neschleba, parent with a daughter at Crittenden Middle School right now. So as someone who worked really hard on the Measure T campaign, it is really great to see the results coming in with the cost of these projects and the opportunities to do more. When we were working on Measure G prioritization, it was heartbreaking some of the stuff that we had to put below our line of things that we couldn't do, and to hear the district coming in with, hey, we're gonna be able to do that stuff that we weren't able to do back then is really great and means a lot to someone who worked on both of those things. Also just wanted to comment, kudos to the board for doing a better job managing this bond through, and the staff as well, compared to the Measure G experience. It's great to see the learning, and it's great to see the collaboration and cooperative spirit that this board has in moving forward and adjusting priorities in a really collaborative manner. That's fantastic to see. I did want to comment that, I didn't hear a lot in the presentation about community communication and engagement, although they did come up in the trustee questions, which was good to hear. I would just encourage, continue to get input on these designs, but also make sure that you're bringing people along as you're doing things. I'm pretty concerned, and I heard some trustee questions about this too, about the fences going in particular places like Montaloma, because, people are going to be surprised by this, and that's a concern here. And I would hate for this board to have to, review something a year from now where we're moving fences because there was such a surprise factor over the change in use of these spaces. Some of these people have routines. They go from the picnic tables to the field and back, and they're used to that. We might need to make those changes, but just please communicate to bring the community along as you do that. Overall, thanks, great presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Yep, and I have one public comment. So hold on, let me stop the timer here. This one's from Laura Coletti. I have many questions about the fencing and marquee plans for Crittenden Middle School, partly due to the lack of key understanding of the map symbols. What is the best way to address concerns and better understand changes proposed by the district relating to Crittenden?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. At this time, we'll open it up to comments from trustees. I'm going to start off. It's something I didn't have a lot of questions about, but it's the outdoor learning spaces. And I've been putting a lot of thought into this, and my comments are really multifaceted. I know right now, given the situation we're in with the coronavirus, we would like to see outdoor learning spaces as flexible spaces to allow us to get more kids on campus. But this got me thinking in terms of the recent air quality we've experienced over the last 4 weeks. I'm not sure how many of those days were above the 250 AQI, and we would have had schools closed anyway. But I believe 2 years ago was the first time we closed our schools due to poor air quality. And I'm a climate scientist. We've been predicting these fires for 20 years. So I think it may be a new normal. So where I'm heading with this is we could invest a lot of money in these spaces, and I don't want them to be seen as accessible daily and accessible to some continuous volume of students daily, or because the outdoor environment is variable. The AQI is clearly variable. Could be windy. It could magically rain in California again. I just want to make sure when we're thinking about these decisions and these investments, while I would love to have these wonderful outdoor spaces that we could use every single day, I think along the lines of what Ms. Schroeder said, we really need to think about the ideal placement, what we're trying to use them for. And I don't think we should be viewing them as permanent, daily used outdoor spaces by some set number of kids. So I'm hoping that that comment can be taken into consideration as we go down this road for exploring our options and planning for this. I'll hand the mic off. Other trustee comments? Trustee Lee?
Yeah, so speaking as a former teacher and then having an architecture and urban design degree, I definitely hear what you're saying, Trustee Wilson, about what is the best investment. And yes, when there's smoke and there's rain, these aren't going to be students that are or spaces that are accessible for our students. I absolutely agree. Like, we have to keep that in mind. That being said, a lot of the spring months, there are opportunities to go in and out. And when I was teaching, I always wanted to bring my children out into the world in any way I could, including just going out and sitting, you know, under a tree at the edge of the playground or at the edge of the blacktop if other kids were at recess, like trying to find those locations. We have some tables on campus that kind of fill that function for some of our teachers right now, a whole bunch of outdoor picnic tables. But they're not always, they're often bunched up with each other. They're not kind of ideal in the way that they're arranged and the way the space works right now. So I do think there's value in having spaces that might have low cost seating, like concrete benches and things like that, or tree trunks that have been cut up, and having some form of shade. It would be lovely if that shade was trees, but you know, we might not be able to put trees in everywhere. So having a shade structure, I do think, is valuable. This is not going to be our answer to COVID, unfortunately. We don't have the space, let alone the budget, even if we used all $30 million. We don't have the space or the budget to actually have 5,300 students taking their lessons outside every day in small groups of 15. I wish we did. You know, I wish we could take over the city streets and just and Eagle Park and everything else, right, to be able to do that. But we don't have the space on our campuses actually to do that with all of our students. So yes, we need to set a realistic expectation about what this is. I still think the $7.9 million is a worthwhile investment in permanent multi-use spaces that can be accessed by teachers at different times during the day with their classes for learning outside. So I still think the investment is worthwhile. I'm excited. We're going to talk with teachers and do community input. But we do need to, you know, make sure we manage the expectation around how it will be used.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And my comment wasn't to say that they weren't of value by any stretch. It was just that we really need to think about what they're going to be used for in order to make the best decisions. Other trustees? Trustee Blakely?
Just sort of echoing off a little bit of what you and Devin just said. I'm really glad that you've clarified that there will be a couple of opportunities for more community input and site specific, because different things would be necessary or appropriate for different sites. The first minute I saw Stevenson, it's like, oh, it's pretty white out here. There's no trees, it's hot. And so to the point of Ms. Reynolds, I think, talked about wanting more trees at Stevenson. I totally want more trees at Stevenson. And I think probably Vargas, you've got the pine trees in the front, but the campus is smaller, but there's definitely, I think, room for trees. And I loved the schematic that you did with the sail. That wouldn't cost millions of dollars. So I'm glad you're getting the community input. It will be interesting to see what the community comes up with. And, you know, but to Devin's point, managing expectations that not everybody's going to get, a $5 million pot of money to design the perfect space. But I'm glad we're doing this, and I like the process. So thank you.
I think there could be other opportunities too for greening campuses that may have these standing shade structures. There's those, I can't remember what they're called. There's a specific name for trees that you prune and trim that they go up the sides of walls and buildings, or even vining things that could go around the bases of these shade structures. I think that there are a variety of ways that we could look at getting some more greenery in those campuses. But they've added trees at Vargas, and some of them are oak, and they're going to take a decade or more to create the amount of shade that's going to impede a solar panel, just in understanding their growth and life cycle. But I think that there could be opportunities, and it'd be neat to get the community input, like what creative solutions can we come up with where that's desired. Trustee Gutierrez, I think I saw your hand.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, no, I think it's a good first step, because I know Living Classroom folks have been trying to get us to go towards that route of having an outdoor area for all school sites that would entail the ability to put in the curriculum in practice. But I think this takes it to a different level, at least for each school site, because it'll be more unique to each school site with specific input from each school site itself. But understanding that it's just, it's a first step, but it's not a resolution to fix anything major like outdoor learning spaces for COVID-19. But it's still something worthwhile to pursue, because then once you make this first step, hopefully the next board will be able to then add on to it if in case there's money for it, or other ideas to incorporate nature into those areas. That'd be wonderful. But shade structures have always been important to the school district, and I'm looking forward to actually having that be constructed, because I think it's long overdue, right? But I like at least the process that's presented to us too, in terms of what the district believes should be priority projects that should be moved along and incorporated within Tier 1. I support that wholeheartedly, but I also like that we're able to engage in this type of discussion about how to distribute the monies to the district in an equitable manner. And it's a change of pace from what was there before, and a breath of fresh air, and I'm happy to be part of this process. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Any additional comments from trustees? All right, thank you, Dr. Westover, for your presentation and all the awesome detail. We really do appreciate it. I believe the community does as well. So it's really valuable. We'll move on now to item 6C, the tech coaching and support.
Yeah, so that's me, John Aker. I'm the Director of Technology. Marissa and I are going to be presenting the tech coaching and support presentation. But before we get started, I want to introduce Marissa. Marissa Hamaguchi is our new tech coach. She joined our department this summer. She was a teacher at Vargas last year, and she has been busy since July, getting ready for this unusual school year. And we're very fortunate to have her. So, Marissa, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thanks, John. I'm Marissa, and I am the tech coach this year. And this is just a brief overview of the tech coaching and support that we've been providing this school year so far. So things that we've done over the summer is I've created some technology how-to videos for students and families in English and in Spanish, and added these to the new revamped Parent University website on MVWSD.org. The website now also includes sections in Spanish and English for resources for distance learning and supporting students at home, as well as mental health tips. And these resources and videos were presented to parents at a Parent University distance learning event before the start of the year. Sorry, I was going to show you really quickly that website. So this is the new Parent U web page for the technology how-to videos in English, and it's still being updated as we go along this school year with relevant videos for students' Chromebooks and the new programs that we're getting, and these are geared towards students and families. And then the same is in Spanish. And the Parent University page has been updated to show these new links to all the different distance learning resources, articles, and mental health tips that we've curated over the summer. And the week before school started, John, do you want to talk about the first bullet?
Yeah, so we wanted to, with all the things teachers have to deal with this fall, we wanted to kind of remove any barriers that they would have. So we decided to automatically roster all the Google Classrooms for the teachers. We built a program that used Google's API to pull the rosters from PowerSchool and then create those classrooms and add all the students automatically, and then ongoing. Anytime a student enrolls or transfers, they get changed automatically in the classroom. And then Seesaw is integrated with our Clever portal, and so those were pretty easy to roster.
Additionally, we tested new programs that were added over the summer. So one of those new programs is Squid Notes, which is primarily for student use on Chromebooks to take notes, potentially write on PDFs with. Another program that we got over the summer is Securely Classroom. And if you're familiar, this replaced what we had previously called NetOp. And Securely Classroom is a tool for teachers to monitor students while they're on their Chromebooks. And they can kind of see their activity on the Chrome browser. And also it's a tool to use while we're using iReady Assessment remotely. And the last new program is Kami, which is a Chrome extension that we're using so that teachers can assign PDFs and online worksheets for students to work on with their stylus or iPad or something, and be able to mark up those PDFs and annotate them as they would in the classroom. And finally, during that week before school started, we are creating and finding resources and videos for a teacher training portal that was shared with teachers during PD week. And that example of that is here, where I've added or created or found something for students, parents, and teachers to use to get to know and be familiar with all the technology that they'll be expected to use this school year, including Google Classroom, Kami, Seesaw, Screencastify, Squid Notes, Zoom, obviously, and Securely Classroom resources. Before the start of school, we also sent an August technology newsletter with updates and an introduction to all the new tech tools. So that included the videos and things that were added over the summer to the training portal and the Parent University website. As the tech coach, I also provided specific trainings to different school sites in Seesaw, PowerSchool, Zoom, and Google Classroom. And those trainings just depended on the site's needs. And we also started a Q&A weekly session with John and I on Google Meet. And that Q&A session was just intended as a time for teachers to be able to jump into a Google Meet, now Zoom meeting with us, and ask their questions and get more immediate help than sending an email. And so what we are doing currently, we are still continuing doing those Q&A tech support hours for teachers on Zoom. On Zoom, we were able to pull some data to show that teachers are using that time with us. And if they're not, they are emailing me with their questions frequently. Beyond that, we're also providing coaching appointments with me. Teachers know that they can sign up with me on my appointment calendar, or can reach out to me via email to make that appointment with me, and I can provide, or I have been providing, one-on-one support with teachers throughout the day, throughout the week. On average, I meet with 5 to 8 teachers a day to go over their questions and things. We're also continuing site tech this year, and just had a meeting with and we'll be also
it sounds
continue to send the
Marissa, we've missed probably the last few sentences of what you were saying.
Am I unstable still?
Freezing. Now you're yeah, now you're good.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
About that. You might want, yeah, I think you're starting on the coaching appointments, maybe.
Okay, I'll go back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so just to let you know, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to coaching appointments. So
thank you.
I have a calendar attached to my email signature. I've also let other coaches and principals know that they can send or advertise my calendar to teachers to make appointments with me as needed to discuss whatever questions they might have or troubleshoot things together. I think I mentioned something that I meet with 5 to 7 teachers a day to discuss their needs. I've made my coaching appointment window as wide as I possibly can because I know that everyone's working very odd hours, especially not during the same times. So they can reach out to me there or also make appointments with me through email or phone call. And the final bullet here was about meeting with site tech leaders, which is what we are continuing to do this school year. We just met with them and discussed how the role might look a little bit different this year with distance learning and also expectations for continuing digital citizenship on Nearpod this school year. We'll continue to send monthly tech newsletters with updates and tips and how-to videos for teachers as we continue to learn more things about the programs that we have. The site tech leaders and I have also created and are sending out a survey to teachers to determine needs at different sites. An example of that is here. And the purpose of this is to find out more about where are we with technology? How are teachers feeling about the demands that we have with technology? What, quote, basics are still needed to know more about, and what, quote, extras are people interested in, so that site tech leaders can get a feel for what they might want to prepare for their staff. It might also give John and I a feel for if we want to make our weekly Q&A sessions themed, depending on the response to this teacher survey. As we go, we're continuing to organize PD content. So all the previous resources that were shared in the teacher training portal and the videos that have been made over the summer and from years past. Continue to make it more accessible for teachers by organizing it in the shared drive on Google Drive, expanding and adding to the ServiceNow knowledge base, and also the teacher training portal. And again, that information is shared with teachers in the monthly newsletters and with site tech leaders so that they can reshare that with their staff. And also continuing to create content through videos, instructions, and other how-to resources for teachers to use with their students. Lately, it's mostly been troubleshooting videos and how-to videos for working with Securely Classroom or Kami or Zoom mostly. John, am I forgetting anything?
No, I think that covers it.
I guess questions or comments?
Thank you, Ms. Hamaguchi. We'll open it up now to questions from trustees.
I have a question.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Yeah. Hey, as a whole, Marissa, thanks for stepping in and helping out with the team. I'm curious though, because this is a lot to learn for teachers, I would think, who are used to just doing everything in person and having some sort of assistance through technology, but now to have extra additional assistances in these processes. How receptive has it been? And those who have looked at this more as a challenge, is there something that we can do to help them transition into this new way of methodology, or does it just take time and practice to get a hang of it?
Great question. I've noticed just in the last few weeks working with a range of teachers who feel very comfortable using technology and who feel very uncomfortable with using technology. And the approach that I've been taking in my coaching appointments and emails and phone calls is just feel out, where are you with this? How comfortable are you? And how slowly do you need to go? And in my opinion, it's really a matter of time and practicing all the different things that are expected. And it's like remembering the steps for what to click on and stuff. So yes, I think time is the biggest thing that we can grant our teachers who are feeling uncomfortable with technology, because it's not just lots and lots of new things, but it's also just time to let that soak in what you just learned.
Sure. And then my follow-up question is with parents and the links that you've provided and the info, has that been well received generally, or have you had a lot of instances where people are still trying to get the understand the technology and figure this out?
That's been a mix as well. I have had parents reach out to me directly because teachers have been sharing the techcoach@mvwsd.org email. And so there's been some where it's just not really sure how to approach it. But I have heard lots of positive feedback about the new Parent U website, and especially the technology how-to videos. Shelly Hausman was just sharing with me a few weeks ago that I don't know if it was a parent or someone somewhere asked if they could have permission to borrow some of our work, because they were very interested in how just how it was presented in a friendly way.
Thank you.
Great. Trustee Conley?
Yes, Ms. Hamaguchi, we are quite glad to have you on staff in this new role. So thank you for taking that on. I have a couple of questions. One is around sort of there are learnings that teachers are making regardless of their comfort with the technology and how to use it with their students. And a lot of those learnings are grade level specific. So, are we providing opportunities, or is it something we might do in the future where we bring together our kindergarten teachers across the district to talk about how they're using the technology effectively with their children, versus the 5th graders versus someone who's teaching chemistry in middle school? There's just opportunities to really tailor it in at grade levels. And there are opportunities when teachers learn from each other and get to see how each other are doing things.
I absolutely agree with that. And I have been just kind of off to the side informally connecting teachers that I've just talked to, like, oh, I heard someone did this and someone asked me the same thing. Let's all talk about it together. I think eventually setting up something more district-wide would be a great idea. I know that our new Seesaw for Schools license that we have allows us to use a district library, so that if a teacher in 1st grade at Huff makes an activity, they can share it to the district library, and a teacher who teaches 1st grade at Mistral can also access the same activity. And so that kind of allows for more grade level collaboration across the district.
Yeah, I think that puts in kind of the infrastructure for it, right? That, right. Then you could figure out if you encountered it. But I think there's like, teachers are people, that's why they're teachers. And they often learn a great deal from interacting with each other. And so if we can get people from different grade levels, across sites sharing in person, like, oh, I did this activity and here's the tech I used for it, you can go and find it here. That might help people take that next step of accessing that infrastructure. I also had a question about parents. I know at my son's school at Mistral, the parents really organized to support other parents in accessing the technology. But also, if a child's having an issue, usually the teacher ends up becoming the person who has to do tech support for them. And I was curious about, are we going to have any other, parent university or any other office hours or something like that for parents, where we're making sure that they have an opportunity, not just to email you directly, but perhaps, because that might not be the best use of your time, but to have like a coffee or a workshop or something for parents to access. Or if are we doing more direct outreach to parents who seem to be having technical issues? I guess my question is, do you work with the SCEFs around parents and technology access?
I I have not worked with the staffs directly. I have spoken to a couple here and there, but not specifically about reaching out to parents. I know that John has been working on the ServiceNow portal for parents as another way for parents to reach out to just the tech department in general to receive help.
Yeah, I can add a bit to that. So
yeah,
we're building out a parent portal for ServiceNow. It'll be available in English and Spanish, and parents access it. They can access it now. We're just still building it. It's accessed through the Power School parent portal. And we also have brought on a new technician who is bilingual in Spanish and English to help us in working with families that may have technical problems and also have limited English. And then I'm working with Jeff Chang on trying to work with the facilitators and trying to get help for families who have trouble connecting to the internet.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Aker.
Are there other questions from trustees? Okay, I want to open it up to the community. If you click on your participant list, in the bottom right is the raise hand function. If any member of the public would like to comment on this item at this time.
Not seeing any.
Don't see any. We'll open it up to comments from trustees. Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to say thank you. I was expecting a lot more comments and from parents and teachers about how difficult everything was. And some, I mean, obviously everybody's experiencing frustrations, but I've seen much, much less about the technology and how to use it than I was expecting. And that just shows me that you guys are doing a really great job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll second that. This is really nice to just see all this in one presentation and to really see the intentionality behind it. The fact that you do these weekly check-ins, you have ways and mechanisms for teachers to reach out, and the newsletter and communication pieces, depending on their comfort level. It's really, really valuable. And I'm glad to see all this effort. So thank you for presenting.
Thanks.
Other comments from trustees? Devin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that every Wednesday the teachers have professional development and they work together, and I'm sure they use some of that time to email you and get their questions answered. And every Wednesday I see after that day, I see a little jump in some of the things that are happening in my son's classroom or that I'm hearing about from other people. So just like we see this incremental growth in our students, or as a parent you see in your child, we as adults are always learning, and I'm watching our teachers really dive into this work, and they are doing incredible work and making huge strides forward. I hope that the more we can share resources across the district at grade levels, that we can maybe make it take a little less time for them. I know some teachers are putting in a lot of extra hours, and we want to kind of get to the point where it's not as exhausting. They're technically capable, but it's still just taking a whole lot of time. So, I'm looking forward to that kind of next iteration of our work in technology.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Gutierrez?
Hey, thanks. John, I wanted to thank you also for bringing in new types of perspectives into your team that hopefully can make a difference within our Spanish-speaking Latino community. And I appreciate that very much. And I highlight that because I think the more inclusive we are in that regards, the better we'll be able to communicate with families and with members of the district team who are on the front lines trying to help out these folks and our neighbors and our friends. So I have I thank you for that. But I also, I want to reiterate that working with technology is not easy, right? We're asking a lot of our kids to participate as it is with distance learning. It's not a perfect system. I found myself on Zoom calls like from 7:30 in the morning until, 6. So I've noticed that my length of day, my workday has extended out. So I can only imagine how teachers are also going through that process. So anything you can do to help our teachers ease that transition, help them to become more efficient and proficient with the technology that we have is greatly appreciated, because I know from my personal experience, just going through what I've been going through, the world of litigation is completely different now that you've got more technology tools at your disposal, which means, for me at least, longer days at work. And I don't want that to be the case for our teachers or for anyone in the district for that matter, because it should be there as a tool for growth and development, and not a burden. Thank you.
Are there other comments from trustees? All right, thank you, Ms. Hamaguchi. Thank you, Mr. Aker, for your presentation and your time. We'll move on now to item 6D, the enrollment update. Ms. Vickyard?
Is there any chance we could have a quick break first?
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. We will reconvene at 8:17.
Thank you.
Everyone.
I miss seeing you all in person.
Ditto.
All right, everyone, do we have a quorum? We do. Perfect. We'll move on now to the enrollment update if we have Ms. Fakir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I'm happy to share just a quick update with you this evening. Of course, enrollment aligns with our strategic plan in the areas of student achievement. Also, as we discuss reopening, you will see the direct connection between enrollment and reopening. And of course, the Board of Trustees goal last year of placing all students at neighborhood schools. And so enrollment, as you know, determines the number of teachers we need at each site in our district. And we do have class numbers for each grade level and set of grade levels. But as we know, students don't come in groups of 24 or in perfect group sets of 30. And so we have to be a little bit flexible with our numbers and our staffing. Things to remember this year before we start looking at any numbers, a few just pieces of candid information. This is the first full year of implementation of our new boundaries. And this year too, some families have been hesitant to enroll their youngest kids into a distance learning program. Likewise, some families have chosen some other options based on need, based on work needs or moving out of the area, or concerns about distance learning based on the experiences from the spring. So a lot of things to consider as we talk about enrollment for the year. So I want to just share with you some enrollment updates and counts. And I'm going to go through the slides fairly quickly, but you can see our enrollment from the year 2017 through current. And you can see at certain schools in the district where our students from Vargas had attended in the past, you'll see that significant change. But for the most part, we see some fluctuation across the district, but not dramatic going from group to group. So I'm going to go through each site with you very quickly. And you can see again some fluctuations, but if you follow the cohort group, the fluctuations are a little bit less significant. Castro. At Huff, we see some differences. Again, remember that a lot of our students from Huff have gone on to attending at Vargas. Also from Landals. Enrollment at Mistral, as you might notice at Mistral and Stevenson, our enrollment's a little bit more stable. Definitely some lack of enrollment at Mauna Loma. Stevenson, as I said, fairly stable, especially if you follow the cohorts. Looking at Therakoff's changes in enrollments. And then as we see Vargas, we have some actually fairly steady enrollment at Vargas. Middle school, again, reasonably steady with the exception of our sixth grade at Crittenden. Fewer sixth graders there in the last couple of years. But you'll see the increase in sixth graders at Graham. And then I thought it would be interesting to share enrollment by grade. And so if you look across the years, you'll notice fewer students enrolling in kinder and in first grade this year than in some years past. And of course, that does fluctuate from year to year on a given basis, but with this year, it seems a little bit to fluctuate a little bit more. So we looked at, of course, at our withdrawals. How many of our students have withdrawn from our district as compared to last year? And what are the reasons for any students who are leaving us? And so we've had fairly consistent, a little bit more this year than in the last year, students withdrawing, but the reasons you can see are fairly consistent. Fewer students are moving to another school in California. A few more are going to private schools this year than last year or staying for homeschool. We have a few more leaving out of state and a few more leaving out of country. And those are the primary reasons that our students are withdrawing from our district for the last couple of years. So I always like to look at some additional data about the students that we have in our school district. And so, it's really important every year that we look at the number of students who are applying for free and reduced lunch. Helps us understand the needs of our community and our schools. And, this is data that we have up through last year. We're still collecting information for this year. The trend is a little bit less than last year, but we may catch up because, again, like I said, we're still collecting those application forms. But trends that we've noticed, the number of free and reduced lunch applications at Therakoff has decreased dramatically over the last few years. And Castro remains the school with our highest number of students receiving free and reduced lunch. And so, as I said, it's very early to calculate our numbers for the 2021 school year, but we're monitoring and keeping an eye. Summer feeding program actually has been extended. And so in the summer, we fed thousands and thousands of families. And then now that we've come back to summer feeding and we're not requiring the school lunch program, we have many more students that are now participating and receiving lunches. So we're really happy to see the increased number of students picking up food every day. The ability for anyone to pick up lunch regardless of their free and reduced status, of course, reduces the urgency for many families to apply for that free and reduced lunch application. However, these are some of the categories that contribute to our unduplicated pupil counts, also contributes to our Title I funding for schools like Castro. And so, there isn't a little bit of an expectation that we will have some declines in the number of free and reduced lunch counts across the state. But as we're noticing, our families are really getting those turned in, taking the time, and also receiving that lunch regardless of their status. So we're really happy to see that, because that's what is most important for us right now, is getting healthy food to all of our students every day. So, as we talk about the reduction in the number of free and reduced lunch counts, I don't want that to really make us think that, life is just perfect and it's because nobody has a need. Because as we can see that by the McKinney-Vento counts in our district, those numbers have increased actually quite significantly and over the course of the few years. So there's definitely a need in our community for support, definitely a need in our community for that lunch program and that summer feeding program, so that we can support our children, and definitely needs for all of the services that we can provide to our McKinney-Vento families. Part of the enrollment process, of course, is turning in immunizations. And so this is always something very interesting. So California law does require all children to be immunized to be able to attend school. Immunization requirements for admission have not changed. They remain in place for this year, even though we've started the year in distance learning. Some families did postpone immunizations because there was a fear of going to the doctor during the time of COVID. And so we do have some students who have conditionally been admitted pending their immunizations. They're waiting to complete those with the doctor. And so those will need to be complete, submitted, and turned in before students are able to attend class in person when we come back and reopen. But our district nurses have been working very closely with families regularly to get all of those completed and turned in. And so as we look in August, we had 233 students who needed to complete. As of September 7th, we were down to 157 immunizations to complete. As of this morning, when I talked to our nurses, we are down about 50 more. And so they're steadily working on making sure we have all of those records for everyone so that everybody is really safe and healthy as we come back to in-person learning. And so, there has been a slight decline in enrollment this year from last year, a decline of about 244 students. And I say about because our attendance fluctuates here and there, a couple here and a couple there every day. The most significant decline has been in grades K and 1 with a reduction of students enrolling there. Withdrawal reasons are fairly consistent with the years past. And, as I just shared, fewer people have turned in their immunizations and fewer families have applied for free and reduced lunch. And we know that, there are many, many reasons for all of the things happening. So many supports in place to reach out to families and connect and help everyone turn in the documentation they need and get the support and services that they need as well. And so as a set of next steps based on enrollment, we have to look at staffing as we talk about reopening and changes and everything else, but we've maintained our staffing even with some reductions in enrollment because we know we have a need, and in elementary school, we'll have a need to have some virtual teachers. We've employed our virtual team at middle school, but we're kind of hanging on a little bit at elementary school to see how things play out with some adjustments as we bring students back on campus. And so we're really making sure that we hold on to enough teachers to be able to adjust to whatever those changes might look like. We will, when staff comes back, right, when students come back in stage 3, we will be able to staff all of our classes because we have a little bit of wiggle room and flexibility there. We will continue to collect those immunization records and make sure that everybody is fully compliant with those immunizations before anyone comes back on campus. And so we'll know who the students are that we need to reach out to in particular as we continue to move forward with planning. And then of course, our SCEFs are going to continue to reach out to our families to complete all of those lunch applications and continue to support attendance, engagement, and any needs that our families have as we move forward through the year. And that concludes my presentation on enrollment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vickier. Trustee Wheeler? Can you unmute Trustee Wheeler? That's my trick, is speaking while muted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've read and heard about more families choosing not to send their children to kindergarten this year, partially knowing that kindergarten isn't a required grade, and partly because it's virtual schooling. So, how enriching is that? And partly families wanting to keep their kids in preschool. So are we experiencing that?
We are experiencing some of that. And as I said, kindergarten and first grade are the numbers that we see the most significant change from the past. We do know that some families have chosen not to enroll and won't enroll until their children, are at the age of 6 when they need to enroll. And so we are experiencing some of that.
So why would a first grade family not enroll?
First grade, we just see a smaller number of enrollments in first grade. It could be because we had fewer kindergartners last year. It could be because many of our families that have moved had first graders. There are a variety of reasons. It's not that they're just not enrolling. We don't have as many children in first grade this year than in the past. For our kindergartners, we know several of them have chosen not to enroll because they've told us that. Okay. In first grade, we have more families in first grade also choosing to homeschool or go to private schools, where they might have more luck with in person.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of those factors is that kindergarten and first grade for distance learning, it's really hard for them to be independent without help from an adult. So especially for our families that are essential workers or both parents are working, or even, maybe a single parent working, it's really hard to support those kinder and first graders, which we've heard kind of repeatedly. So I was curious about our TK numbers. That wasn't included in the slides. Are we seeing the same sort of trends in TK?
Actually, our TK numbers are fairly consistent, only down by a few from the year prior. So we did see maybe 5 or 6 students that are fewer than last year.
And we've opened up our preschools?
Our preschools are all virtual right now. Yep.
Okay. And my understanding in past years when we've talked about our students who qualify for McKinney-Vento, who are registered under the McKinney-Vento Act and are unhoused, unstably housed, homeless. In the past, there has been discussion that the numbers that we get of people actually registering is probably less than the overall numbers of students who are homeless, because that registration process can be difficult to get carried out. Do we, hearing from our principals and our SCEFs, do we think that that may be a similar case this year?
I honestly, I don't know if I can answer that completely, and I don't want to pretend to answer accurately. I will find out, and I can ask more about that because I don't want to make assumptions. I do think what I will say though is that Priscilla, who really helps oversee our McKinney-Vento program, has done an amazing job with outreach, and I think more and more people understand the program, or not the program, but the services that are available to them. And so I think there has been much, much more outreach in the last year than ever before.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear because, when we look at those numbers for Castro, we're talking about 20% of the student body at one of our schools in Mountain View in the middle of Silicon Valley is homeless, which is huge. I don't think people in our community realize there's always been, well, in the last 5 years that I have been paying closer attention, there has definitely been a homeless, a need for housing in our community, but this is just exacerbating it. COVID is really exacerbating it. And so I'm really worried about these students. Are we separately tracking the attendance and participation rates for our students who are registered as McKinney-Vento?
We do monitor very carefully. And again, our principals are monitoring that, and Priscilla does monitor that very carefully as well. And she connects with all of our principals regularly, to make sure that our kids are engaging and that our kids are getting any support and help that they need if they're not engaging. And I will say too, this week, Beyond the Bell did open up some classes for our McKinney-Vento students to support on, the learning during the day. And so, it's an additional service that has been started. to support the needs of the kids at Castro.
How many students are in that? And if students are in, let's say that their family may have been located on Crisanto, but they moved into the safe parking lots that the city has sponsored, are we helping with transportation to get them to be on the bell?
I don't believe we have transportation for that program right now. And we're
not running transportation right now for anyone.
And I believe we have 38 students right now that are enrolled and are attending the program at Castro.
And then my very last question was just looking at the data comparing year to year. My assumption is that the numbers for last year, are those taken from the October enrollment count, or are they taken from the end of the year?
They're taken from the October enrollment count.
Okay, so we're kind of getting to this a little bit earlier than usual. And how recently was the data for our district pulled?
I pulled it last week.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions from other trustees? Okay, we'll open it up to members of the public at this time. If you could click on the lower right-hand corner of the participant panel, the raise hand function, we'd be happy to take public comment. I'm not seeing any, so we'll move on now to trustee comments on this item. Are there additional comments? I don't see anybody with their hand up. We want to thank you, Ms. Fickyard, for your presentation and your time. It's really valuable to see these metrics and to know when things were pulled. That was a really interesting question Trustee Conley posed, because we could have lost folks even last in the middle of the pandemic once it started last spring. So it's really kind of hard to disentangle that and when the temporal intervals of when people started to pull out. But it's really useful to see. It'll be neat and interesting to see how this progresses as we move through distance learning in the remainder of the school year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, Trustee Blakely.
Just say one thing. As the eviction moratoria, I mean, it's been extended, but as that wears off, families should be aware if they are going to need to leave their housing because the landlord is insisting that they pay all this back rent, that they need to reach out to the district ahead of time if they're going to be staying in the area and perhaps moving in with friends or whatnot, even in adjacent communities. Reach out to us and get enrolled in McKenna-Venti so that your children will not experience that disruption in their lives. And that, I think the moratorium now goes through December, but it may be that there's sadly, more movement in the beginning of the year when that expires.
Trustee Wheeler, did you have a comment? Okay, I just saw you unmuted. Okay, thank you, Ms. Fickyard. We'll move on now then to item 6E, getting to reopen, part 2. Dr. Rudolph.
Yep, all right. So here we go again. Give me 1 second. All right. Can everybody see that? All right, great. So first and foremost, I want to point out just the hard work that everybody's doing. Staff, teachers, administrators, just across the board. I feel really privileged to work with people who are just working so hard and doing everything that they can to make sure that we're really in a position, to provide the best education possible. So I think, and our team is meeting 3 to 4 times a week to talk about how to get to reopen if that's possible, and collecting feedback from various stakeholders. And so it's a very arduous process when you add that on top of all the other work we're doing and you add on to the fact that we're trying to make distance learning work as much as possible. At the same time, I understand that parents want sort of some certainty about what's coming next, or want to sort of understand what's coming next. And I appreciate their patience, because I can tell you about 2 to 3 times a week, you feel like you know which way you're headed. And then all of a sudden, what was your decision for 2 weeks ago or 2 days ago changes to something completely different. And so today we're going to talk a lot about, or I'm going to talk a lot about reopening and sort of give another update. And then we will be back on October 1st to talk about it one more time, because there are some things that we need to know before we can move forward. So just bear with me on this. Okay. So I always start off, we have our reopening, our school reopening plan called Return to Learn. First thing I want to say is that all the questions that we're getting about the what happens when somebody gets sick, or, what type of screening, or what are the PPE requirements, all of it is laid out in this plan. I know we've talked about it in, I don't know what meeting this is since March about COVID, but if you are looking for an interesting read to keep you up at night, this definitely is one of the things that you should check out. It is on our website. There's a lot of great information on there that we've taken from a lot of different sources. And again, this sort of highlights just the amount of meetings, and this is once the Return to Learn plan was done. That doesn't include all the future meetings that we've held since then. Okay, so first and foremost, at the top of our priorities is safety for our kids and safety for our staffs, right? And so that is paramount. I have, with the exception of the board, I've lived in everyone's shoes. Right. I am a parent of 3. I have been a teacher. I have been a principal. I actually was a custodian at one point. Right. So I have worked in every single facet, and I understand everybody's perspective. But safety is priority number 1 for us. And that is going to guide a lot of the decision-making process that we have. And so I want to be clear as I start talking about this process and what we're going to do next. At the end of the day, this is about a safety call. And if we are not safe, we're not going to move forward to the next stage just because other districts are doing it, or just because someone is advocating for it. That's not the process we want. I don't think any of us want to have a kid get sick under our watch, or for an employee to get sick under our watch. I know we've all read devastating stories about kids who have gotten sick, or teachers who have passed, and that's just not the position that we want to be in, or someone that we know that has passed from it. At the same time, we want to be nimble, and we want to be able to provide instruction. Part of the reason why we went to one-to-one is that at any given time, we should be able to transition from any stage, regardless of the situation. So when we started thinking about stage 4 and one-to-one, we actually talked about what happens when there are forest fires. To President Wilson's point earlier, if you go back, I think it was 2 years ago when we closed because of the campfire, we weren't in a position to provide education. But one of the things that we've learned from COVID, and one of the good things, is that if we had to close, we have a process that we can continue education moving forward. And I think that's going to be one of the, at least for our districts, going to be one of the lasting impacts of this. Same time, we want to create high quality, equitable learning solutions for everybody. And I know I've talked about these a lot, but we did get a notice from the Department of Education. Secretary DeVos is saying that districts should not expect to get waivers this year. Obviously, the person who determines that will either be Secretary DeVos or whoever succeeds her moving forward. But we at least have to plan for the worst case scenario, which is the eventuality that students are going to be tested in this environment. And then the final part is we have done a lot of work to involve the community. We have a thought exchange, which I will show some results from that today, but we also, we want to continue to engage the community and get ideas across the board. So with that said, let's jump into it. As you know, I like to always start out with county data. I like to point out, just real quick, everybody knows this, we had 3,900 cases in June 26. Then it exploded in a couple of weeks to 11,000 cases, an increase of over 6,000. Then we saw it increase to 5,000 just 2 weeks later after that. And now if you go about 3 weeks later, it's sort of slowed down a little bit. And you can see this as evident in the trend. It is increased by 3,000 cases. As always, you can see the impact, the age, the cases by age. And I'm sorry I don't have this, show multiple slides, but what there is an increase is actually a decrease in our elderly citizens, but what you are seeing is an increase in our younger citizens who are catching COVID, which is obviously, this is where the majority of our workforce lies. And then the 19 or younger actually involves students. We're still waiting for the county to release more granularized data across the board. What we also know is Latinos are affected or impacted at a higher rate than any other group. And we know that's true for pretty much all minorities across the board, Latino and African-American. While it's not evident in this, in our county, it is nationally a trend that those who are minority or who have pre-existing conditions have a greater tendency of being impacted. What is interesting is that presumed community transmission has dropped by 4%, which means that contact tracing is starting to catch up a little bit more. So it was over 60% for a while, but it still is pretty high. Okay, so we've talked about this, and I'm gonna go into this a little bit more. We talked about the Santa Clara County. The state has changed their format, and I'm gonna go into that in a second. But there are two numbers here. The first one is the adjusted number, and the top one is the number of cases by per 100,000, and then you have your positivity rate. For instance, I know there was an article that came out about Germany and them opening schools and not having and seeing any instances in the schools. Germany also has a positivity rate of less than 1%. And so I think context always matters when we're looking at international trends across the board. But let's dive into how this determines what color we are, because Santa Clara County has moved from purple, which is tier 1, to tier 2, which is substantial. So there are 4 tiers. The county came back, or the state came back with a different formula. And the way that they look at the tiers is that they say, the number of cases per population over 100,000, if it's greater than 7%, would be purple, and the positivity rate, if it's 8%, would be also purple. And I'm going to go into this a little bit more, but just so you understand where we are, if I was to go back here real quick, our adjusted case rate is 6%, and our positivity rate is 3%. So our adjusted rate puts us in substantial tier 2. However, our positivity rate puts us in the orange. And so why does that matter? I'll explain. So first, and I'm gonna come back to that in 1 second real quick. The first one is that this new process started on September 8th. You can move out of a tier if you've been in that tier for 3 weeks. And you can only move forward to 1 tier at a time. You can't jump over particular tiers. And each county is assigned a tier based on adjusted case rate and test positivity rate for the prior 2 reporting periods. Give me 1 second here. I think the meeting has beat my earphones here, so. Hold on. Okay. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, great. So my earphones died out on me here. So each county's been assigned an adjusted rate based off of the prior 2 reportings. So if the case rate is positive, falls within 2 different tiers, and the county will be assigned a more restrictive tier. So when I pointed out earlier that we were in tier red, it was because we were at 6.2%, I believe, or 6.2 adjusted rate, and our positivity rate was at 3%. 3% puts you in tier 3, which is orange. However, we're in red right now because our adjusted testing rate, we're in red, sorry, our adjusted rate is at a higher rate. And so the weekly assessments will impact, but you also need to understand that these tiers are lagging indicators, so it's always a week behind, just because of the time it takes to process the number of tests. Okay, so how does this impact us? There's on the state's websites, there's a lot of resources about who can open under what restrictions. And so we can reopen provided that we are not in tier 1. Now, here's the thing. Just because you can reopen doesn't mean that you have to reopen, but it does mean that you are allowed to reopen without a waiver once you get into tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4. If you fall back into tier 1, there is a conversation about whether or not you need a waiver to continue moving forward. And there's been some conflicting conversation that we've asked the county health department as well as the county superintendent to clarify across the board. I also want to point out that the county is, they have 2 different guidelines, one that talks about social distancing and saying that the cohorts should be no larger than 16. However, they also point out that you don't have to necessarily adhere to the social distancing guidelines. And so, there's a discrepancy about, well, if you don't have to adhere to the social distancing guidelines, there are some school districts that could easily bring 23 to 24 students back in, and then whereas others would adhere to what the county department, right? So I think as we are learning more and as more information comes, I'm just highlighting like we're trying to make sense of this. So it's not just our district that is going through this; it is a county, it is a state that is constantly moving through this sort of making sense or sort of recalibration. And so we are currently eligible as of the 22nd, so next week, to reopen because we have been, it takes 3 weeks to get out of a tier. However, according to the state, 2 weeks in tier 2, after the 2 weeks of being in tier 2, it allows you to reopen, so 14 days. Okay, so let's talk about how distance learning is going real quick, because I think that will influence a lot of the results that we have. So we've sent out a thought exchange. We had 1,148 participants, a lot of ratings and a lot of thoughts. We asked parents, staff, students in grades 5, 6, and 7, and 8 to provide their thoughts. And so, what are the top thoughts from parents? Parents want options for independent study and homeschooling without us having to withdraw from the district. One of the thoughts is the fact that we went one-to-one. Most people didn't have enough devices. And kids having a school account made things easier, so that became a top thought. And then if you have to keep Wednesday as an independent study day, do not require check-ins at the end of the day. And so that's obviously something that we've adjusted, but I'll be talking about that in a second. Also, assignments for Wednesday need to be in Google Classroom by 7:55. It's not fair to add at random times during the day. We've heard this is more about this concern has been brought up more at the middle school level than it has at the elementary level. Kindergarten is in Zoom, staying a full day is an issue. I will say, and I've said this before, I believe our teachers are doing a yeoman's job of trying to keep kids entertained. And one of the things when we do a staff town hall is that I'm going to remind them that it's okay to allow a kid to go off and do independent practice and then to come back in and to connect again. But I think teachers are feeling obligated to sort of keep kids occupied the whole time so that parents can go to work, and that is having adverse effects. And it's not just kindergartens. I think this is true across the board, but as we learn how to navigate a digital environment, one of the things that we also need to remember is that there are best practices from teaching that can be transported over in a digital world. And then obviously children with IEPs, special needs need a different platform than general ed. So I think depending on the severity of the student, there have been some concerns, but there also have been some pluses about this too. I got word of an autistic kid who normally games with his siblings online and has become a lot more expressive and a lot more communicative. now that he is in online classrooms, something that didn't happen previously, which is obviously a good thing, but that is an exception to the rule, right? And so I say this to say for special ed, it is a spectrum just because of the diversity within the group. And so not every kid is experiencing the same thing. And so just taking students with special needs into account is obviously a concern. So what is the top thoughts from staff? I think we all own this, and I think this is a community-wide issue. It's not just, I think it's easy to say, well, it's the expectations of daily live instruction, but it's not just the expectations of daily live instruction. It is the emails that teachers are receiving, telling people how to teach a lesson. It is the amount of interaction that they're having with the kids. It is our teachers that, again, are really trying their best to fill the full day. And they are feeling the brunt of trying to for lack of a better word, entertain everyone. And so we need to keep that in mind, right? So teachers are sort of believing that this workload is unsustainable. I believe parents are feeling the exact same way. And I can tell you, even administrators as well as district office staff are feeling the exact same way, right? This is a tremendous amount of work that is going on. As someone who is admittedly an introvert, I can tell you that while I know the community check-ins have been great, normally there's a moment when I need to sort of recharge, and yet I do these because I know it's very informative. And I think that's just illustrative of, had we been in a normal setting, I would find something else that is a little bit more insular or sort of isolating to do, as opposed to do a community meeting. But I think all of us are trying to make best of what we have. And so our teachers and really all staff are just feeling that the workload is sort of unreasonable, unsustainable. And then so the hour lunch is appreciated. Kids and adults need time to regroup and refresh. And I think the fact that we truncated the time for both sites and then provided an hour long has sort of helped. But again, I think one of the things I'm going to reiterate to staff next week is really the notion of, like, it's okay to allow a kid to do something offline and sort of get a pause for a second. So teachers and we've heard this in our EERB, teachers would like more time to grade assignments, especially at the elementary level, where they normally don't put in grades as frequently, but they are doing it now, so that parents are understanding what takes place, and so they need more time to grade work. They are happy that we're still providing meals. In fact, since we have changed our process, now that the state has allowed us to continue the summer feeding program, we have increased to 1,500 meals a day, which is really a good thing. And we also, in our survey to parents, we also are looking at doing multiple meals at one time as opposed to just one. Of course, Friday minimum, so they can update Google Classrooms, meaningful lessons, and days are too long. And so I'll talk about that. We have adjusted our dashboard because teachers are doing a great job of putting things into Google Classroom. So we are only asking for teachers to post for the dashboard for just the asynchronous days. And right now that is just for Wednesday, which is really the intent of the dashboard. The intent of the dashboard wasn't to capture the days that we had daily live instruction. Okay, students love the individual work on Wednesday. As Eli told me, part of the reason why he liked virtual learning is because it only takes him 2 hours to complete school, and then he can play video games for the rest of the day, which is also why I was like, I don't know if distance learning is the best thing for you. Too much screens, maybe longer lunch, and working off the computer. And again, I think the students are echoing exactly what we're talking about, which is okay to allow kids to do some work, and then come back to the classroom. And then it's important to me that our lunch break is an hour. I don't know if this is going to be a lasting legacy of COVID, but I do think I think everybody appreciates the fact that we sort of model the business world where you get an hour for lunch, as opposed to trying to get kids in with 20 or 30 minutes across the board. Students also believe that teachers are doing an amazing job. Again, as a former teacher, that's one thing teachers never said until at least the kids that I taught are now in their 30s. And so Now they tell me how great of a teacher I was. However, back then in the 90s, they weren't as quick with praise. So the fact that they are saying this is really good. And then our Zooms are a little bit laggy or too long. It's important to have good connection because others are clear. And so, that's one of the things we'll talk about as one of the solutions we're looking at in terms of how can we adjust for Zooms. Okay. So again, what's working well? Technology is distributed to everyone. It's generally working well. Teachers care and are really working hard. Async Wednesdays are well liked. Although I will say there is a contingent of parents who would like more structure and meal distribution. By the way, I forgot to say that I know that this presentation is new to everyone and no one outside of staff has seen it. We will post this on the website for everybody. I know that's probably going to be a question that would have came up. So as I'm remembering it, it will get posted. What's not working well? So Wednesday PM check-ins, we've already eliminated those for middle school and we made it optional for elementary. Dashboards for async are now only for async days. We've already tweaked that in Google Classroom. Teacher workload and expectations are overwhelming from all stakeholders. And again, I think I talked about this is really a community issue across the board that we need to be mindful of what we're asking teachers to do. And it's not that we shouldn't ask them to provide a sound education for our kids, but I think at times we forget that we may be asking a lot across the board, and it's not just your requests, it is the other students, it's the other families' requests that come with it. Too much screen time seems to be a concern for everybody, which again is why I keep stressing that it is okay, even though you have to provide daily live instruction, there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, I will see you in 20 or 30 something minutes. And we have enabled, or we have figured out a way and started working with the tech department, as well as of telling teachers how they can set reminders out to students through Google Classroom so that kids can get it on their Chromebooks. Students are missing the kid-to-kid interaction, which I'll talk about a little bit. This is the, I think this is a sort of a tricky one. It's something that bubbled up in the surveys that teachers are a little concerned that parent interactions with them are not always respectful. I think we all are under a lot of stress right now. And I think it's just important to remember that we're all doing our best. I understand what it is like to have my kids at home and to deal with them all day long. And in addition to try to handle the stressors of work as well as everything else. And so, but we should not displace our anger on teachers or our kids and, or our spouses or anybody else. And I will say that one of the concerns and one of the things we have been talking about with the police department is that, there is an increase in domestic violence across the board. And so I think part of this is just we're all at our wits' end because of the length of this, right? And so I encourage people to get out across the board, but make sure you're wearing your mask and that you're staying 6 feet away from people just to break. Parents want more options besides learning, distance learning. They want in-person learning or independent studying, and teachers feel like they need more planning time. There are some areas where we disagree. All groups call for movement time, but there are complaints about stringent, inconvenient, and irrelevant requirements for PE. Just want to point out, PE has not been waived. We still have to offer it. And so, that's part of the reason why we're doing it. But there's also two groups of parents now, right? There are those who like distance learning and they like being at home and they dislike async Wednesdays. And there are parents who want to return to school. They dislike the distance learning and they like they like async Wednesdays and they want more options and flexibilities, right? And so we see, I know trustees, when they get emails and I get copied on them, you see, disparities between the different groups across the board. And so with that said, we now have to start thinking about as we are in on the red tier, and if we continue on the path that we are on, what are we going to do in terms of assigning students and how do we move forward? And so we do have to start the planning process to make this work. So the first one is, I'm not going to go into this. We have 4 stages similar to the state. We use a different color code. Currently, we are still in stage 4, which is all campuses are closed. And what we're now talking about is stage 3, which is some schools can operate for targeted populations. There's blended and distance learning, and there's also the A-day, B-day schedules or the hybrid. So, we haven't talked about this in a couple of weeks or about a month, So there's the AB, and then there is, which is half of the students show up 2 days in class, and another group of students show up 2 days in class. There are the virtual days, which is 3 days async. And then there are also there's also all virtual option, which allows for teachers who are in the connected version to teach daily live instruction for every single day, similar to the format that we're currently in right now. And so what we know is that we're going to redo the learning registration. We're going to send this out over the next couple of days. July survey wasn't valid, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, but ultimately we want people to be honest. We want you to express your intent, and then we have on and off ramps that we've created that allow you to change at certain periods of time, but we need to make sure that we get some honest results so that we can do some planning. And we also are sending out a teacher survey to understand sort of where they are. Up until this point, we have been meeting with our reopening task force. We have been talking with teachers in terms of our EERB as well as the union president. But now we want to see sort of where teachers fall. And so what are our choices? Our choices are there's a connected, which is 100. So that's our C, and then there's a blended. And I know everybody always jokes like what happened to A. A is just business as usual, and A will show up when we get out of tier 3 or tier 2, right? And so I do want to point out that we are looking at blended, and blended right now, the minimum would be 2 days. However, there are instances, or it is possible for us to increase it to 4 days, but that depends on a lot of variables or the type of population that we have. The other piece of this is that we want to make sure that we prioritize. There's a priority for younger students, the students who are in special academic instruction classes or small group classes or SDC, and then children of essential workers as well as staff members. And so what is your choice? If you have to select one of the 2 options, what is it going to do? It is committing you to a learning option. And so we will be sending this out to both parent contacts this time. However, only one parent will be able to choose. So choose wisely. And if you try to fill out the survey and you get a bounce back that says someone is already selected, you can always reach out to our office and let us know that you want to change your mind, and that we can record your information, but you will have to call yourself when that survey comes out. So you need to understand that if you change your mind during the year, it is likely to change your child's teacher, and there's no guarantee that's going to be implemented immediately. We are giving you the opportunity at different points, which I'll talk about in a few, to choose between B and C. So in the event that you are satisfied, or you feel like circumstances have changed, or you think the risk assessment has increased, you do have an on and off ramp at certain periods of time. We do have to, once we get to option B, we have to keep stable cohorts. And so what we've talked about is that we will introduce students after extended breaks. And I just put an example, Thanksgiving, but I will talk about when those true breaks actually occur. And then again, like I said, you have the opportunity to move between the 2 options at any time. So curriculum-wise, it is exactly the same. It's, I just want to forewarn people, even though we have a process where we think may work, I don't want to overpromise. And so it is possible that special programs such as choice schools may not be possible to maintain. Residency is still a requirement. You cannot move to the moon and still attend our school district. And so just know that you have to maintain. And so I do understand that there are some creative ways of maintaining residency, but at the end of the day, we have to be able to verify, and we will verify that you are actually a student within here. Now, if you move because you are McKinney-Vento, that is a completely different conversation. And I ask that you let us know as quickly as possible, because there are different things that have to take place. There's paperwork that has to be done, but at the same time, there are different supports that we have. Again, I mentioned this before, only one parent will may complete a registration. If the other parent, since it's going out to both contacts, completes it before you do, it will say that the invitation has already been used, but please feel free to call our student services department to let them know that, either there was a disagreement or, a parent made a decision and y'all didn't talk about it. Or, if there's a split custody or joint custody, that one parent made a decision without the other one. And so you want to change that, right? And then again, if you have a preference for your child to attend on the same day, please contact the principal. If it is across multiple schools, you need to contact both principals. Please CC both of them. And we're going to do our best to accommodate that. I also know that there's parents who don't want their kids to go on the same day, and that's perfectly fine. But it's just, if you choose, you want all your kids to be on you want them to be A-day students, let us know so that we can accommodate that. Okay, so what is our approach? So we've listened to a lot of feedback, and what we've realized is that every school community needs something different. And so originally what we thought about is having a one-size-fit-all solution. And so now what we are going to do is we are going to create plans of action at each particular school site. And why are we doing this? Because one of the things we have heard, not only from parents, but also from students and staff, is that, right now the only sense of community is being a part of a particular school. And so that school is sort of the tether that they have to a community right now, and we want to adhere to that. So we are going to ask that you fill out the survey, knowing that we're going to do everything we can to keep you at your current school. And that's going to be based off of the number of teachers that sign up for virtual or distance learning. But at the same time, that also is dependent on the number of students that either choose a hybrid model or that choose a digital model, right? And so we want to look. Now, I want to point this out from a quality assurance standpoint. I will make sure that every school offers the 3 options that we have. And when I say 3 options, I wanted to just be clear about what they are. In a second, I'll talk about this more, but there is an option for 4 days at certain sites. And that is for particular groups or particular students. There is the hybrid model, and there is the connected model, or the blended and the connected. So every site will offer that across the board. However, how they approach that, offering those 3 may look different across the site based off of the numbers. So it truly will be a community decision. However, I want to point this out, that we are seeking input from staff, and while we're going to empower them to create a solution, I do not want parents emailing teachers, sort of strongly encouraging them to make one of the choices or another, right? That is not the intent at all. We will look at the data, we will present it to the school, and we work with the schools to come up with an option. But at the end of the day, the decision here on what that model looks like at each particular site is a decision that rests in the office of the superintendent and in consultation with each particular school. But it is possible that you can see a different model for each particular community based off of the needs of that community and the number of students and teachers who are choosing to come in or to attend. All plans will adhere to the safety guidelines. So there will not be a school that says we don't want to wear masks when we're on campus. That is not going to be an option. There is not a school that will say that we want to have an independent school program and all of our kids are just 4 days or 5 days a week on asynchronous. That will not be an option. What is in our return to learn plan is what is going to be driving it. We will also adhere to the MOUs that we have with teachers and staff, and we will honor those. Those are driven by our collective bargaining agreements. We will adhere to Senate Bill 98, the attendance requirements that are set, the requirement for daily live instruction that is required. But we also are now investigating whether or not Senate Bill 820 can be implemented at sites. That was passed on August 31st. I know I normally don't talk. Everybody knows Senate Bill 98, or at least has heard of Senate Bill 98. I've heard parents refer to Senate Bill 98, but Senate Bill 820 actually changed ed code for distance learning to allow for live instruction out of the classroom. Now, I am not saying that that will occur. I'm simply saying that it is now an option, but I do need to point this out real quick. Just as a requirement of Senate Bill 820, everyone is going to receive a letter from the school reminding them that you cannot, it is illegal for you to record a teacher without their permission across the board. So in the event that you were trying to capture something so that you can go back, this sort of adheres also to the fact that California is a two-party consent state for recording. So you cannot record a teacher unknowingly. It is a penalty that is subject to law. I do not know if it's a felony or misdemeanor, but the point is that it is a penalty. But Senate Bill 820 allows for a district to determine whether or not they can have live instruction in the classroom or stream instruction, right? So we will explore that as an option, and we will talk to teachers to see whether or not they are comfortable with it. But again, this is not something that I want parents or community members emailing teachers saying you need to do daily live instruction out of the classroom. I think it is extremely hard to manage both kids that are in front of you as well as half of a class that is sitting online. And the last thing we want is to create all types of chaos in terms of providing a quality instruction. And then again, we have expectations for instructional quality as well as contacts that we need to adhere to, right? So we're not going to release those just because of specific site or a group of parents believe that this is their approach that should happen. At the end of the day, it will look similar to what we're doing now, but it will be varied based off of what the needs are. Okay. We also know that there are some larger concerns. I'm working with the city right now to look at opening large spaces for students without stable internet. As this is both in our looking at things like our MURs, which are not being used. They currently are housing desks and chairs, and so could we facilitate utilizing those large spaces as places for students without internet or who do not have stable internet. The city is also looking at opening up different venues across the board that they can allow for students to come in. And also they have some staff members that they believe that could also help with sort of the supervision. And so this is in line with the support structures that we talked about at the previous meeting, which allows us to set up small pods. And we can do that if we do it through a social distance. So just because I'm not saying that kids are going to be able to come in and play in the MER, what I'm saying is that if we open up the MER or if the city opens up the teen center, it is strictly at a social distancing standpoint for kids to come in and get internet. It is not about socialization. We also are exploring getting active and finding ways to create social engagement for students. I have already started having conversations with camp for tennis. I've talked with the city. They are interested in doing after school programs for students Monday through Friday to get kids out on some of our campuses. We are also looking for sort of, and I call them camps just because, for the lack of a better word, but it's like camps that occur during the day on Wednesday just to kick kids out. And what I will say is that these camps would mirror what you would see during the summertime, which are, kids have to stay within a cohort. They have to wear masks. They have to adhere to all those particular guidelines. Similar to what Eli did when he went to tennis camp and when he went to the Skyhawks basketball camp, he had to adhere to those. And those facilities were actually closed off. It's kind of interesting. I have the keys to Graham, but I couldn't walk Graham's athletic center, but I couldn't walk into Graham's athletic center because that would violate what the county order was. So, but we realize that our kids are being more sedentary now, and that this could create other health issues down the road. And so we want to find a way to facilitate that. But we also think it's a good way to get kids to socialize a little bit more in a safe and orderly fashion. So we're all working on those. So what does this look like? So we're going to do a phase reopening. If you asked me 2 days ago, I actually had a date in here. But what I will do is I'm going to bring back the possibility of a date at the next board meeting, because what is clear is that we don't have enough data to make a firm decision about which process we're going to do, but this is how we're going to phase people in. So first we will do, and I want to point out, we do not add in, this doesn't include essential workers, and this doesn't include staff members and teachers' kids, right? So we put those as a different group, but in general, our first group that we're going to bring in are our youngest kids, pre-K through first, as well as our SAI classes and our SDC classes. So our medically fragile students, our students with autism, our youngest kids who are struggling the most. And when we come back on October 1st, we'll have data about engagement and what that looks like as we report out about the process of distance learning. But that's the first group that we're going to look at. A couple weeks after that, we will then, if we see success, and by the way, these will be in socially distanced cohorts. So it will be 15-1, or if the class can accommodate the maximum that we can do is 16-1. So if a class can accommodate that, we will allow them to come in. But that's the group one. The second group, a couple weeks later, will be second and third grade, which is the next targeted group. Group 3 will be 4th, 5th, and 8th graders. And I'm sure people are wondering why 8th grade comes in first as opposed to 6th or 7th. Part of that is because that is a transition year. And so there's some guidance that kids need as they make their way into high school. And so we wanted to bring them in first. And then we brought in the next group of kids, which are 6th graders. And then we finally bring in the 7th graders. And as a former middle school principal, I can tell you, they're all a little quirky in terms of the ages, but I think 8th grade is the right choice, and our team thinks 8th grade is the right choice too. And so that's, 7th graders have the opportunity that, unfortunately, they are going to, they're the ones who will be on campus the least amount of time if this keeps going, just because they ended the last school year in this setting, they started the school year in this setting, and we don't know what's going to happen to them next. So, but that's the rationale as to why 8th grade is in group 3. The other thing I will say is that we cannot bring all middle schoolers in on the same time. Middle schools are twice as large as our elementary schools. And so bringing in all the 8th graders, all middle schoolers at once will create some other issues too. So there are some steps. So first, I'm asking for teachers, staff, and parents to answer promptly and answer honestly. If you feel strongly that your child needs to come back to school, simply, even if it's only for 2 days, say that. If you believe that the risk is not that great, and that your child is going to be fine, and that's well within your rights, then answer that you plan on coming in. If you are looking to keep your kid in distance learning for the remainder of the year, simply say, or for part of the year, simply say that that's where you want your kids to be. And I think I must have forgotten, and the on and off ramps, just real quick, after winter break is the first on and off ramp, so you can change. The next one will be after the February break, you will get an opportunity to change again. And the last one will be after spring break. You can have the opportunity to change and under our current plan. And so, that's probably the biggest things. Again, the thought exchange netted a lot of parent feedback that we are implementing. And then I ask that you are patient with staff. I know that there are some very strong opinions across the board about what should happen based off of what we're seeing. And I'll just be upfront. And this isn't to be flippant, but I don't care what other districts are doing. I care about doing this right for our staff and our students. And so while I think it's great that people are applying for waivers, and I think it's great that they're pushing ahead, the feedback that I have received over the last 2 months that we have been open is that our teachers have, our teachers and staff have praised us for our commitment to safety and the amount of PPE that we have, and our concern to make sure they are safe. Our parents, while they may not be happy with every aspect, have lauded our commitment to making sure that we have a device in every single person's hand, because there are districts, our neighboring districts, that handed out devices that may not have been optimized to handle Zoom or something else. And there are districts that did not make the choice to pass out those devices. So I say this to say, please be patient as we work through this, and know that, yes, we're not going to be able to please everyone. Not every teacher's going to be happy. Not every parent's going to be happy. Not every student's going to be happy. And, it's stressful for us to try and appease every single person, but we're going to do the best that we can in a safe and orderly fashion. So please keep that in mind at any given time. So what are the next steps? So once the survey will be out for a week, we will get the staff survey, we will get the parent survey, and then we, members of cabinet, will start to work with school sites to create a plan for on-campus learning that fits the need of every site. Again, I want to stress that we are working with teachers and we're working with principals to come up with a solution to keep every kid at their school community. That may mean that your child may have to switch teachers, because that is the way that they can make the program work. It may mean that a grade level may decide to split up a cohort of students so that they could address the needs of their kids, that they're teaching synchronously while they have live students, and another teacher is working in the chat room to answer kids' questions, and another teacher is working to keep kids on task within the classroom. I mean, there's a lot of options and creativity. I received emails when we were doing the virtual learning from teachers about some ideas that they had, and so we want to empower that. But at the same time, again, we are going to use it. I'm going to hold the sites accountable for using the data to make some informed decisions. And then I will be bringing them back out what those models look like across the board. And so we want to create an option based off of the feedback we've heard that allows for that school community to be kept. We'll continue to explore the viability for waiver that allows the continuity of on-campus and instruction after reopening. A lot of people are like, why isn't Mountain View just pushing ahead without the waiver? I will simply say, like, and I know at times I can rub people the wrong way, but the one thing I don't believe in is compromising someone's safety. There are people who have legitimate fears about coming into school, and pushing forward with a waiver just to say that we push forward with a waiver doesn't necessarily get us the results. What gets us the results is sitting down with our teachers, sitting down with our staff members, and really having some honest conversations about what we need to do and what is going to make them feel safe. For instance, one of the last things we did when we met with our EERB, Employer Relations Board, they brought up they would like to see more testing across the board if they have to come in. And I think it is, and we reached out to I reached out to Trustee Blakely, who was meeting with El Camino Hospital's director, and said, we can get more testing, that would be great. And I think it is that type of solution making that is going to get us to a better place a lot faster than simply saying we're going to do this because other people are doing this, right? And so we're exploring the viability of it, and there's a lot of different options that happens, but once if we apply, it will occur after we reopen, because we want continuity for our students. The last thing we want is to open, close, open, close, open, close, and put kids through, and teachers and parents through the traumatic thing. And I'll just point out, so, I know I've talked about Eli several times. So Eli, this is his last year in school in Richmond. He comes here next year to attend 5th grade. I called his site, and I've shared this story. I called the school, I talked with them, I felt good about where they were. And after 1 week, the school was closed down. And it was closed down for 2 weeks because of a COVID exposure. And then I just got the email today from the principal saying that they plan on reopening on Monday, right? And that is not an experience that Eli needs to go through. And it's not an experience I want your children to go through. And so that's the expectation for my kids, that I want him to have some type of continuity. I expect the same thing for every single kid in the district. And so we are going to continue to plan in-person learning, but we are going to begin to plan it for that first group that I talked about, and that is our youngest students and our special ed students. We do have small learning pods for our homeless students that we started last week. We're increasing the number of students that we offer that to, so we will keep that up, and we will explore the learning pods or the support structures, whatever the terminology we want to use. We'll also explore that for other groups too. And so with that, that's the end of the presentation. I'll open it up to the board for thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for the presentation. We'll start off with questions from trustees. I know I have quite a lengthy list here, but I saw Trustee Conley's hand fly up, so please feel free.
I'll just ask one right now, but I reserve my right to come back if everybody else doesn't ask the other ones I want to ask. So we started a program so our after school providers, YMCA and Beyond the Bell, or not Beyond the, well, Beyond the Bell is separate. Our YMCA and Right at School have been offering care for essential workers at a couple of our campuses in the district.
Yep.
How has that been going? And have we had any COVID exposures at those sites so far?
Yep. So they've been going well. We've had one exposure. I got corrected and I sent the data out in my weekly, but we did have one exposure at one of the sites. And unfortunately, it was a student who was sick, came to school, and then was out and sort of exposed. And I get it, right? Like, we want our kids to get there. We want them to have the continuity and stay with the cohort. The days of providing kids, my mom used to do Tylenol and say, take some Tylenol regardless of the injury and go to school. That Tylenol eventually, obviously the 80s, once you had the Tylenol scare, went to Benadryl. And so the Benadryl effect is there too. And so, we haven't seen more exposure since then, but that one was early on. And we are watching the Beyond the Bell program now that we started that to see it. And we will continue to monitor that. And I do want to point out, one of the pieces of this is that as we start to explore these options, kids have to adhere to the guidelines. So we did have an instance in one of our, and it's actually in our Beyond the Bell program, where a student didn't want to wear the mask. And so the county guidelines are very clear that if a student doesn't want to wear a mask, then they are relegated to distance learning immediately. And so while we're trying to work with the family to make sure that happens, at the same time, we need to make sure that we keep everyone safe. So that's been our experience so far over the last 4 weeks, I believe.
I'm doing the read my lips thing. Trustee Blakely? Sorry about
I just had one question. So a week ago on the 8th, there was the elected officials call with the county, and Dr. Sarah Cody, the health officer, reiterated, we're going to red, but it's only because we are testing a lot in Santa Clara County, because there were two metrics. One was around testing and one was around, I guess, the positivity and the adjusted cases per day. And she said at that time that things had not flattened, or at best they had flattened, but they weren't going down. And so she said the only reason we came out of purple into red was because of the, a lot of testing. I myself just got tested, on Tuesday with the free testing at the Center for Performing Arts. And I got my results back yesterday. So the result time is getting quicker. But I wanted to know, you went by those slides very quickly. Is the positivity going down? You said it was around 3%. I mean, have we seen any reduction in that? Or is it still?
So the positivity rate, I think, went from 3.2 to 3.0. I didn't have the county data on. The adjusted rate went from 6.7 to 6.0. And the regular rate went from, I think it was, at one point it was like 8.2 or 3. I think it's now at 7. So it has dropped. But like you said, it's also about the number of students who are being tested, or not the students, the number of people who are being tested, which could be a good or a bad thing. But our positivity rate, if you think about what, when we're looking at some of the international models and what they're doing, our positivity rate is a lot higher. I also think that I think people's pursuit of personal liberties, or civil liberties, or who feel like their rights are being infringed is a little bit different than what we see in other places. And that also has an impact on it. And so, we're still, I think it's a week behind. So I don't think that the data from Labor Day weekend has come out just yet. I think that's next week's data. And so we'll see whether or not we saw an increase. And I want to point out the drastic increases that we saw occurred right after the holidays. So it occurred right after Memorial Day, and it occurred right after July 4th. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens after Labor Day this time.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I appreciate the creative and thoughtful, lengthy presentation. And I also appreciate the individualized approach that you're taking to this, because one of the things we all hear is questions from people all over the place about what's your district doing? My district is doing this, that kind of thing. And I'm wondering, and so it was refreshing to hear you say you don't care what other districts are doing. But I also wonder, I know you have regular meetings with other superintendents in the county. At those meetings or via email, are the superintendents sharing with each other what they're doing?
They are. I think, so I'll use Nancy in San Jose. So she expressed some serious concerns about the social distance guidelines in the last one. And I think different schools, districts are approaching this a little bit differently. And so she came back, obviously, and decided to close. I can tell you that, I know Palo Alto and Los Altos are focusing in on the 12th as the first day that they plan on reopening. Our tentative, our original sort of date was right after the 12th. But I think it's also important for us to look at what the data says from groups. So yeah, they do share the results. I think everyone's a little coy about what that really means. And, sometimes we get the information from them right before they do something, right? So, when a school district applies for a waiver, it's sort of after the waiver is sort of went through the rounds. But we're trying our best to share across the board, but every community is so different. So sort of changes their approach. And I want to point out just real quick, because, when you bring up the I don't care, and I'm sure someone's going to, say something about that later on. But, I'm going to be unapologetic for this, right? We made a decision to go completely to one-to-one and provide every single student with a device. We made a commitment when we first found out about the pandemic, and we knew very little about it, to start buying, and we started hearing that people were buying, I think at that time it was just paper towels. We made a commitment in January to start buying cleaning supplies and start stockpiling, right? And so, and I told superintendents about this, and other superintendents didn't worry. We made a commitment. We bought all of our teachers masks with 2.5 particle filters. And then we actually have, we have the clear face mask, we have face shields. We made that commitment early on because we were afraid that that wouldn't be available. And I know, not to call any districts out, that there are districts that are still waiting for PPE to come in. Or we're relying on what the county or the state gave, right? And so I say this to say, I think you all have been very clear about what you want to see, and empower. Yes, we got some CARES funding, which helped to offset some of the costs, but you all were very clear at the end of the school year that we needed to do what we had to do to make sure that we could function under any environment. And I've taken that lead to say, there's not that many trustees that are willing to say, if it costs 2% of the reserves, spend 2% of the reserves, or if it costs $3 million, spend $3 million, but do it right. And that mantra has really put us in a great position. And that came from the 5 of you making a very concerted effort about putting safety first. And that is not the same in other districts. And so, I think that has really served us well. And I think that's why, I want to continue to follow that approach of saying, like, yes, I understand what Los Altos and Palo Alto are doing. Yes, I have talked with Jeff and I have talked with Don. And at the same time, their context and our context is different. And so while I believe our plans look, our plans for phasing kids in are similar, but our approach to what happens at each particular site are different. And I think that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And so I'm fine with us going alone in a safe and orderly, not an orderly, but in a safe process to make sure that our kids, as well as our staff members, are going to be there. And I know that's a long-winded answer to your question, but I just wanted to highlight, because I'm sure someone's going to bring this up later on, that I don't care about what other people are doing. And I just want to qualify why I feel this way, because the board, the 5 of you, empowered us to make some strong decisions to make sure our kids were safe. And that has netted some very good results, which are a lot different than what happened in the springtime when we were putting Band-Aids on any type of problem that sort of appeared.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions. In terms of the waiver process, hypothetically, just because you get a waiver, does that mean you can now bypass the unions? I just feel like there's this misinformation where people say, hey, such and such district has applied for, way back in August and gotten this waiver, and they're way ahead of you. And I am under the impression that can set up an antagonistic relationship with the teachers unions and the other staff unions that I don't think we as a board would like to have. I'm hoping you can clarify that.
Yep. So the waiver process basically says that a school district consults with teachers. And, we got clarification about what consult means. Did we need a letter of approval from teachers, or, did we have to sit down and make a good faith effort to talk about it? And so we could apply for the waiver, but that doesn't mean that teachers are going to come in. It just means that we have a waiver to reopen. And I think, again, to what you said, you all have stressed a collaborative approach. It is why we do more community meetings. Even the County Department of Public Health has sort of slowed down on their live meetings that they do, but yet we keep those going because we want to continue to engage people. And so you have stressed that we need to continue to seek feedback and sort of get engagement, which I think is part of the spirit of Mountain View. And then obviously, as we talked about solar and fencing and everything else, like that topic came back up, like make sure that we have a lot of public engagement. And so I don't think it is the right approach to simply apply for a waiver to apply for a waiver's sake and then force teachers to come back in. I believe that we have our we're the only district that has a checklist that we publish every week that says, here's what we're doing to keep people safe. Each site publishes a checklist on their website. And we do that because we have a strong commitment to safety, and we want people to come in. And we have a lot of staff members that want to come in, but we need to understand, and I say this because both my sisters, my niece, my brother-in-law are teachers. And I've talked to them multiple times, and not that they're influencing, because we don't always agree, but not that they're influencing the conversation, but understanding what their true concerns are has helped to shape some of the processes that we have. And so if I was looking at the superintendent in Cincinnati Public Schools, which is where all four of them work, I wouldn't want them to feel forced to come in either. And they were recently forced to come into work, and I had to listen to their sort of concerns. And I don't think that's the right process. I think if we are truly concerned about the education for our kids, then, and we talk about working conditions and we talk about the impact of leadership and culture at a particular school, then we need to take into account that how someone shows up every single day influences how well a kid learns. And if teachers feel as if they are being forced to come in and that we didn't partner with them, then that is going to have a negative impact on our students' learning. And I think that is the difference. And that's why we're not just forging ahead with getting a waiver. We really want this to be a partnership between all groups. And that's why we have, again, Sean Decker, the MVF president, Ruben Valles, the CSEA president, have both commented that they feel that they are proud of all the work that we have done to put safety as a priority and how we're just ahead of the game. And so I think we should continue down that road. And I believe that it will create a safer environment, but it also will create a better learning environment for our students.
So along those lines, when we do get to this stage of having kids and teachers back in the classroom, is there a way we could partner with El Camino Hospital to somehow get more frequent tests for teachers so they can feel safer and supported?
We've already
described the solution that I know the partnership's there.
Yep, we've already reached out to El Camino to see whether or not they can increase the testing. And so, this is the interesting part about it. So anybody that works or lives in Mountain Views technically can go to El Camino and get tested, right? So, we can get tested every day if we wanted to. But I think the difference is that when we look at, not really our peer districts, there are, like Eastside Union actually is contracting someone to come in and test. But when we look at, what the tech companies are doing, right? Because this is actually where we heard this one from. They test frequently and when employees are coming in, and our employees want that. So if we can do it on site and reduce that burden, because it does require you to take time. It took Eli and I probably about 20 or 30 minutes to go to El Camino, do the test, and then drive back to work. That's time that is lost during the day, because El Camino works during certain hours. So our goal is to try to get testing on site for all of our employees as frequently as possible. And if El Camino can do that, then we will.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, have we looked at, so we've been talking about testing staff, which is like definitely something, the more we can do, the better. Have we looked at pool testing staff randomly, but on a schedule? And have we looked at pool testing students on a random schedule, and what would that entail when we do have kids back in the classroom?
So we haven't looked at testing students across the board, and if that's the direction that the board would like for us to explore, then we can definitely do it. I don't know if El Camino has the capacity to do it, but it's definitely, I think as we get closer, as we start to reopen, it could possibly be something that needs to happen. The state does mandate that at minimum, we have to test staff every other month. And staff's request was to test more frequently than every other month. And so we are looking at that, but we haven't looked at pool testing. And that could be a possible option. It's definitely something that I would, I want to take back to all staff, administrators, teachers, classifieds, and sort of get an idea, are they fine with that? I think there's a comfort level that's sort of at play here, but I get exactly what you're saying. If, we don't have to test everyone to sort of see what's taking place. We can sort of, make some judgment calls based off of that, but we are exploring it.
It's something, if we're looking at like what is the testing capacity of the El Camino Healthcare District, right? The way that you deal with testing capacity is pool testing. Like that makes it possible to run a whole bunch of series of groups of students or groups of teachers. And then if there's a positive in a pool, then you go back and test those people individually.
Yep.
Dr. Rudolph, did you give a date for when the survey would come out?
So the survey is scheduled to come. So we have 2 surveys coming out at the same time. And so we're trying to figure out how to stage these so that we don't overwhelm parents. So it will likely either come out Friday this weekend, either tomorrow, this weekend. One of the surveys will come out no later than Monday, but there definitely will be a survey that's administered tomorrow. So we have the strategic plan survey that's going out to all stakeholders. And then we have this survey going out to all parents. And so we're debating internally what the bandwidth is for families.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from trustees?
I just had just a short one, which was, I know you were talking about the stages in terms of 2 weeks, but every time I hear Dr. Sarah Cody talk about staging things, she says 3 weeks, because it takes about 2 weeks to start to see all the cases present, and then you want about a week to get all the data in and get all the tests recorded. So would it be possible for us to look at waiting 3 weeks between advancing stages instead of 2 weeks?
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point. We sort of put those as just benchmarks, just for planning purposes, to see, how could we phase people in and sort of build comfort. And that also allows us, 2 to 3 weeks allows us to, we can focus on the first group of students first, and work on how we design the option for them, and then start working on the next group and communicate that out. So yeah, we can definitely do 3 weeks if need be. Once we'll know more at the end of next week. We're gonna, in terms of what the numbers look like. John said that he will work over the weekend to sort of pull that data, and then by the October 1st board meeting, I'll be bringing a presentation that's hot off the presses that will have some information, and we'll hopefully have a timeline if that's where we're headed, of what day we would try, and we can adjust it to have 2 or 3 weeks. I think what I would say for any of this is that it has to all be flexible. Even if we start off and we see success, and then when we start to experience some difficulties, it could be 4 weeks, it could be 3, it could be 1, and I don't want to. What I don't want to do is rush to get people back in. Again, I want it to be done in a safe fashion for everyone. And we also, I will say this to your point about the 3 weeks. The 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, not only helps us, but it also helps families, right? So a family that is making an adjustment needs to have some heads up that this is what they're going to do. And so I think, giving people lead time really, really helps.
So, Madam President, there's like 6 minutes left until 10. I think our meeting's scheduled to end at 10. So if we'd like to go longer, I think maybe we should do a motion.
Agreed. Would you like to make that motion?
Nope.
I was going to say, first time, I think.
No. Okay. Like, you all want to extend it by half an hour, or what do you want to do?
Yes.
Half hour? Okay. So I move that we extend our meeting to 10:30 tonight.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Gutierrez and seconded by Trustee Wilson, and we've extended this general meeting of the board until 10:30. Are there additional board questions before we move to community comment? I don't see any hands up, so I'll try to talk faster. I see one currently in the participant chat box. Please, if you'd like to comment. Now I see 3, I see 4, I can, thanks Trustee for counting for me.
There are a lot popping up. We do need to have time for trustee comment at the end. So depending on the number of comments I get, I'm going to have to allocate time, but also be mindful that we'd like to wrap it up with trustee comments as well. So you see where we all sit.
And just
So
a
I
reminder,
currently
we have,
see in the
two written comments that were submitted to.
there are 2 written comments in addition to 6 raised hands. I'll wait just a couple seconds more. Again, if your hand pops up at the end and I've allocated time, please email the board. We're not trying to cut folks off. If this were a live meeting, you'd have submitted a yellow comment card. We would have allocated minutes, and we don't get to just continually accept them. So this isn't a matter of we don't want to hear from you. It's just a matter of procedure. So right now it looks like I now have 7 comments, and you said 2 on email. In the interest of time, 7. I'm going to give 2 minutes per comment unless there's a trustee who has a better option for that. Given the 7, that gives us 14 minutes. The 2 comments online, that gives us maybe 15 to wrap this up. Does that sound amenable, or should we go with a minute 30?
I think maybe a minute 30 might be safer.
Okay, let's go with a minute and 30 per person. We're going to just jump right into it. I see Dr. Diana Neeb. Please unmute your microphone, and we welcome your comments.
Thank you. And I actually wrote in a comment, so I might save you a little bit of time because I'm a twofer. So first, thank you for taking my comment, and thank you for your tireless work. This is such an impossible school year, and if hour 4 of a board meeting is any indication, y'all are working your tails off. I'm coming to you as the parent of a kindergartner at Bub and a lifelong educator. For context, I've taught high school for a decade and a half. I train teachers at the secondary and graduate level, and I'm an educational researcher and writer on literacy and multimedia learning. I am really heartened to hear that you hope to keep school communities together over the coming weeks, and that you'll be working closely with teachers and exploring the possibilities for more frequent testing for staff and raising the possibility of testing for students. I'm still quite wary of plans that reshuffle students and reassign teachers just as they're getting settled into their learning routines, and worry that without more robust testing measures in place, the reshuffling will be for naught if the school is forced to close in-person instruction again. I'd like to offer a middle step. I'd like us to actually test the model to see if we can keep kids and teachers safe. In the younger grades, maybe that means keeping the virtual school day to half a day and then bringing stable cohorts in the afternoon out highly regulated opt-in rotational learning experiences so that we can keep learning constant and test out opportunities to bring kids to campus. We also know that we have a lot of more information since the district wrote Return to Learn. Just tonight, the New York Times broke the story that the CDC's testing guidance was actually published against the objection of its own scientists. So I have real concerns that without regular, rigorous, and robust testing practices of staff and students, that community spread is inevitable and might land us back into remote learning for all. And the consequence of this experiment is a significant disruption to learning. It's just not worth the cost, in my personal and professional opinion. I think we need a middle step first and more robust testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neeb. We'll move on now to Jenny Malott. It's a minute 30, whoever's keeping time, not to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I really appreciate everyone's hard work on this and the thoughtful, very flexible plan. I really like the direction this is taking. The one comment I'd make as a parent is that the thing that's most important to me is continuity, especially for my elementary kids. And that connection, ideally with their teacher, but at least with their community. So I would hope that in the parent survey that you might ask if parents are flexible. Like for me, I'm fine with being distance if I could still be with my son's teachers. I would also be fine going in person. My biggest concern is the teachers. And I really appreciate all of your support for the teachers. I worry that we could get into a situation where there are a number of teachers uncomfortable with coming back and that they may end up asking for like a leave of absence and we get ourselves into a bad situation. I mean, honestly, I'd be fine staying at stage 4 if that's what the teachers want. I understand that there are populations, especially in this group 1, that have greater needs, but I just would ask you to collect that data if possible so that the school sites have that information to help make informed decisions. That's it.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Miala. We'll move on now to Laura Lillibridge. If you could unmute, please. Are you with us, Laura?
Yeah, sorry, my mute got hidden.
We're having a challenging time hearing you. I'm not sure if it's distance from the microphone or volume.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Great. I am literally holding my laptop up to my face right now.
Okay.
So sorry that you can't actually see me. I really wanted to specifically thank the district for focusing on everybody's safety and taking this reopening slowly. I'm really glad that we are not trying to keep up with other local districts and are listening to and working with the teachers and staff. I would be really pleased to hear on a personal level that no Mountain View Wisman School District teacher is being forced back into the classroom who isn't comfortable with it. And if we only get to bringing the K through the little kids and the special needs kids in this year, then that's what it is. I would like to say that if we are going to reorganize the classes, I would like an organization for specific, explicit feedback for each student, as opposed to what we received last spring on an official level. And on a really minor level, I really love the 1 hour lunch, and can we think about keeping that on a long-term basis?
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Lillibridge. Move on now to Hara Hong Lee. If you could unmute, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate first the gratitude to the superintendent and the board of trustees and everyone who's working so hard on all of this. I know it's really difficult, so thank you for that. I was wondering if, because there's so many questions from parents about how the staff and the teachers feel about reopening plans, and there seems to be lots of conjecture on how they feel about it. And possibly the rumor mill is a little crazy at the moment too. I was thinking if it's at all possible, maybe in the future at some future meeting or check-in, if we could hear from either a teacher representative or union representative, or also a classified staff representative, because it would be nice to hear personally from their point of view how they feel about these reopening plans, how they feel about if they're being represented and if their thoughts are being represented, because I think that would ease a lot of parents' fears and confusion. And my only other point to request was when the survey does come out, if there could be some very clear examples for the parents as to understand the difference between choosing B versus choosing C, because it seems like there's still so many questions flying around about what that means for their children and for their families. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hara. We'll move on now to Kathleen Cooper. If you could please unmute.
Hi, I don't usually say anything. I'm a lurker. And Ms. Hong Lee, your wish is my command. I'm a classified employee with the district. And I just wanted to say to the Board of Trustees this evening that I thank you very, very much for several things. One being the on-site testing. I just went to Graham Middle School and had the first COVID test on-site, and it was amazingly fast. From the time I left my car in the parking lot to the time I got back, it was 15 minutes. The El Camino Hospital personnel were fabulous. I was a nervous wreck and they just calmed me right down. It was wonderful. You know, considering what it was good. I also wanted to say thank you very much for taking your time. I work in an SDC classroom with special needs children, and my style is up close and personal. I have a wheelie chair and I roll myself up and down the aisles, and I'm right next to them eye to eye and helping them out. And I've just figured out how to do that online. You know, I just figured out to lean in, and I use a lot of humor, but I really appreciate that you're taking the time, because I really would not want to come in too early and then end up having to close again because those students wouldn't be able to deal with it that well. But mainly, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, for your comment. I believe there are no more raised hands. And again, if people do feel strongly they'd like to comment, we welcome your input. Please email trustees@mvwsd.org. I believe there were 2 comments sent via email. Either Dr. Rudolph or someone will read those.
Yep. Give me 1 second. The first comment comes from Brad Dukes, or Dukes. I apologize if I mispronounced that. I would like to urge the board to keep a live online learning option available. I know the plan was to reopen schools in hybrid mode with an A-day, B-day, and also offer an online option. It's my understanding that this online option was to be asynchronous like last year. The live instruction this year is working well for my 2 daughters, 6th grade and 3rd grade. Please consider making this an available in the next phase of reopening. Thank you for your consideration. The second one, actually, she's right. She addressed this already, and so I don't think I need to read Dr. Nebe's or Nebe's. I apologize if I mispronounced that one.
You got it with Nebe. Well done.
Oh, okay. So her comment's already done, and so she saved us some time.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Well, at this time, we'll open it up to trustee comments. If nobody objects, I'd like to start. As a parent, I'll let you know that I was open since the beginning of the school year. My son's super social. I was just like getting back in front of the teacher. That's all that would work. But again, I was building on the experience I had in spring, which like many of you, I wasn't wholeheartedly satisfied with. Since the school year has started, he's gotten into the groove. He has gotten into the schedule. It's working for us. I do believe he's learning, and I do believe he is growing and advancing as a student in this realm, and he's safe, and our teachers are safe. And the longer I thought about this, in fact, it kind of consumed me today, to be perfectly honest. Not that I haven't thought about it before today, but I knew we were probably going to present a date to start phase 1, and it was really bothering me. And the more I thought about it, my work isn't asking me to come back in and risk being around a limited number of adults that I know, let alone 15 kids that I haven't even met yet. Their teachers know these children online, but they haven't been around them in person. So it's a huge risk, what I'm calling a risk space. And I think it's a lot to ask folks to operate in these strange risk spaces that we're not comfortable with. So I'm really glad we're slowing this down. We're taking an intentional approach. And I also don't think districts or boards of trustees often have to work in the risk space of deciding, making decisions that could impact life or death of people, which is really what we're talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, if worst case something were to happen and we lose somebody, that's not acceptable. I get that it's not a risk we can 100% mitigate for, but I don't feel like we're at a point of enough safety and buy-in and data and information and knowing even what this virus does. Sure, kids are asymptomatic, but as a scientist and did a quick background on RNA viruses, these things can linger and they can come back and they're in your body, and maybe kids don't show those things because they don't have inflammatory diseases, and some of them do, and they do show symptoms and they are impacted. But we don't know what this could mean in 20 years for some outcome that we have yet to foresee. And I don't think it's worth the risk. I'm really glad we're taking this intentional way of stepping back. Let's talk with our teachers. Let's get them on board. Let's help our most vulnerable populations and get them back in the classroom for people who feel safe. And let's see where the parents fall. We could go into a hybrid model where we serve kids 2 days a week live, 3 asynchronous, upheave the whole schedule of teachers, groups, online just to do that, and then close again. So then we have to change it again. And as one of the people who phoned in mentioned, I'm just not willing to make this an experiment yet. And I don't know, I know there are some folks in our community who are pushing really hard to reopen. I get that the neighboring districts, some of them are gotten waivers and are doing this. But as we've seen, and as even Dr. Rudolph's own personal family example demonstrate, we could open and just turn around and close. And I think we need to slow down, take a deep breath, and take our time with this. That may not be a popular opinion, but that's where I'll hand it over. Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam President Wilson. I'm in agreement with you. I would rather go slow and steady, but be secure, because it's too much. The responsibility that we have right now as a board and as trustees, when I first signed on, there was no mention about COVID-19 and life and death scenarios, right? It was Measure G. That's night and day difference, man. That's it's a night and day difference. So having said that, we need to do the best we can to protect everyone involved, whether it's teachers, staff, parents, students, and the community as a whole, because there's no room for mistakes. And I think right now we're still trying to figure this out, even though we have a little bit more data, but flu season is just right around the corner, if not already here. So there's going to be more stressors because of that, because you don't know if the little kid next to you who's sniffling either has a cold, the flu, or something else. And if you're a teacher and you're in that environment, I would be nervous. Right? I would be a little upset. So I'd rather go slow but steady and see what happens. I understand that there's many parents who are wanting to open, but we're doing the best we can to make the best decisions for everyone, and we don't take this lightly. So any support we can get from you all and understanding our decisions and how we look at these items will always be appreciated, because we're not, this is new to us, and we don't want to make anyone uncomfortable or not be safe, and we don't want to lose anybody. It's not worth it. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Trustee Blakely.
Thanks. So first of all, I like, I agree with it, what you and Trustee Gutierrez has said about taking it steady. But I in particular, I would like to wait before we make any firm reopening decisions until we see the Labor Day impact and whether there's another spike. So really want to continue to monitor the data. Secondly, I'm really glad that for the phase one, I like the phased approach. I've been advocating for this since last summer, but that we're starting with the littles and the high needs kids. And so I think, when we do start our first phase, that's definitely the right group. I think those are the ones that will get the most benefit out of the in-person instruction. But I want to caution, and I think some of the members of the public that spoke, kids thrive on routine. And we just started, we've been, what is this, the 5th week of school? And so to switch up the routine again, kind of midstream, especially when there's a significant chance that we might have to shut it down. I think we all need to appreciate that everybody's used to this now. And so there's some benefit of keeping this routine going for a while and waiting till there's a more logical juncture to start trying to phase in. And then my last comment is, to the maximum extent possible, for the ones that do select the in-person learning and teaching, and I would love, to the maximum extent possible, that we assign the teachers that want to come back to a live environment to be the ones that do that. I would really be hesitant to force people that just are not comfortable. And I know people can always take leaves of absence and stuff like that, but if we can just kind of be flexible and work with our wonderful teaching staff and our wonderful non-certificated staff, I think there's probably a good fit there with people that will want to do it and selecting them to be the ones. So I appreciate the approach, and, slow and steady, but, moving forward.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Trustee Wheeler.
I want to say, So it's wonderful to hear the trustees, especially you, President Wilson. It's heartening to me to hear so many members of the community, at least here tonight, and then the trustees be thankful for the slow, measured, thoughtful way that we're approaching this, because what we hear out in the community is, oh, XYZ school district is opening and why aren't you? I really appreciate the respectful way that Dr. Rudolph is approaching this whole issue and approaching the way that the teachers and the staff feel. And then, it's just like I say, it's heartening to hear from parents who are also responding positively to that. So it makes me proud to be a member of this community.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. And, I really appreciate the sentiments of the board as a whole and Dr. Rudolph. I think we've talked a lot about teachers and staff being anxious about coming back, and they're not just anxious for themselves, they're anxious for their students. Can you imagine being a kindergarten teacher or working in one of these medically fragile SDC classes, and your student gets COVID and actually has some long-term negative impacts from that, right? Like watching your students fall ill in a global pandemic, like that would be a terrible, terrible, terrible experience as a teacher as well. So while we know that people are concerned for their own health and for their families and, other reasons, I believe that our teachers and staff are also concerned for our students and our student safety and our community safety. I hope that, while I totally agree with taking a slow and steady approach to this instead of being the hare that races to the finish line, I think we need to double down on how we're helping our kindergartners and first graders have social interaction, how we're supporting those teachers and figuring out ways to engage them child to child and create creative play environments of some sort, even virtually. And, we've just gotten the go ahead to start doing our assessments for our IEPs. Like that, and that's not our fault. It's just the way the system has been working, but we need to double down on what we're doing for our students with special needs, our students on IEPs, our students on 504s. I hope we can get those assessments done as quickly as possible. I hope we can start trying to figure out more creative ways to make this virtual environment work for those populations as we wait to reopen. And then finally, we're a school district. We don't have a public health department. I have said this before, we rely on the county, we rely on the state, we rely on our federal government to make solid decisions using science about the health and safety of our community. And we have seen at the federal level that this has been a consistent failure. At our state level, we kind of go back and forth a little bit. There's some caving to political pressure, right? And there's like, when I listened to Dr. Sarah Cody recently, she was talking about how we're getting a bonus in the algorithm for our tests per 100,000 in the tier system because we do all of this extra testing. But it doesn't really feel like a bonus. And extra testing doesn't always mean you're testing the right people. Are we getting all of our essential workers, all of our Latinx individuals who are experiencing this pandemic disproportionately, are we getting them the test they need? Because that is where the virus is wreaking the most havoc right now. So I am proud that we're going to stay the course in terms of ensuring everyone's safety. And I want to, make a plea to the gods of science that it would be really helpful for us to have data from the county level, for example, that looked at what I've seen the cases per 100,000 overall by city and by zip code, right? The county is reporting that data, but we don't have in the last 2 weeks for our city, what has our rate been? But if we compare our city to Los Altos, to Palo Alto, we have a much higher case rate overall. We've had more cases, significantly more cases than either of those cities. So, the more data, the more information, things like pool testing, any of that that we can get, I think the more that we can ensure the safety of our community.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Are there additional comments from board members?
Yeah, just to note, I think also the other community affected was the Asian American community at high rates. So I don't want to exclude them from the conversation either.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. If there are no additional comments, we want to just thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that's gone into it. Thank you, district staff, for your continued hard work in this fluid situation. It's relentless and it's been all summer. So we do appreciate you and we see you. So thank you. We'll move on now then to board updates. Dr. Rudolph stole mine earlier, so I can't. Are there other board members who'd like to speak about their updates? Or if you have some to add, please feel free to email them into Nancy. We'll move on then to item 8, items for future board agendas. Does anyone have anything they'd like to see added to a future agenda? I'm not seeing anybody at this time. And we have the future board meeting dates. Our next meeting will be on October 1st, followed by the one on October 22nd.
Technically, you have one today, and then you have one.
We actually, we have another meeting after this meeting tonight.
And then the 26th.
I'm not joking. We do. And I'll do a shameless plug. Ballots are coming out in the mail. No matter who you vote for, please just vote. It's your right, and I believe your duty. And I wish we were like Australia and we find people who didn't. So with that said, at 10:23, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Western School District Board of Trustees. Thank you.
And we're going to keep the live stream going. So you can go ahead and open the meeting. But you may want to let people know that after we start, we're going into closed session. So, and then we'll come back out to report.
Yeah, we didn't do closed session at the beginning of this meeting. We had it scheduled for 10 o'clock, and obviously it's gotten bumped back, but we will, we respectfully ask that folks leave the meeting so we can move on into closed session at this time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience and just your continued support of the school district through this really challenging time.
All right, you just got to call the meeting in order now.
All right, thank you. All right, at 10:24, we'll call to order this meeting, this closed session meeting of the Mountain View Western School District Board of Trustees. Let me grab the second agenda here. I didn't print it.
Do we need to provide an opportunity for public comment on the closed session agenda items?
Yes, you do.
Give me 1 second here, please.
You have to, I believe you have to approve the agenda, and then you have to open it up for the opportunity for people to comment.
Yeah, I'm opening it. It's much easier for me to follow it. So we have to also do a roll call. So we'll start off with the roll call.
Ellen Wheeler.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Devin Conley.
Tamara Wilson.
Laura Blakely.
Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We will move on now to the approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Laura? Okay. She's been muted.
Real quick, we have some staff members on here. I think Trustee Blakey can unmute herself, it looks like. For those staff members who aren't involved with the 2 items for closed session, you're more than welcome to log off. I know y'all rotate with who comes to what meetings or been asked to come to meetings, but there's no need for you to stay in unless you're in closed session.
Should we? Laura, we didn't get your vote on that item to close it out for the approval of the agenda. I know you just hopped up.
Sorry, I'm getting some water.
It's okay. Are you good with approving? Are you good with approving the agenda?
Oh, yeah, I assumed that you said it was, did anybody object? So yes, I'm fine with approving the agenda.
You were muted, so I wasn't sure.
Oh.
Anyways, so the approval of the agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to, normally it would be closed session, but we don't have the item listed here. So at this time, we'll take any members of the public who would like to address the board on the closed session items. If you are here to do so, in the participant panel to the right of your screen, at the bottom right is the raise hand function. Please click that now and we will assess how many folks would like to address us on the closed session items. I'm not seeing any hands on that. So with that, we will, Trustee Conley, you have a question?
I know I'm being paranoid, but would it be possible for us to go to a breakout room for the closed session instead of staying in this open session, just in case?
Yeah, no, we have to keep the stream going, but we will.
We will go to a breakout room.
Into the breakout room. I have everybody in there, and I'm just seeing if I've asked a couple people like if Dr. Wesso will want Director Pongo to come in or not. So, but the room is ready to go as soon as you are.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So at 10:27, we will move this meeting over to closed session. Thank you, trustees. All right, it looks like we almost have everyone back here. Okay, hold on one second.
Did Claudia hang with us the whole time?
Oh, wow.
Good. Okay, I just would like to report that no action was taken during closed session. And with that, at 11:34, we can adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Night all.
Stay safe.